Is that better? Let's have our seats. Kazi sasa ni kwenu. Download it or find it, internalize it. It's a very beautiful song. Now allow me to welcome Salima. Sitaki kumharibia CV, atajisemea peke yake. Salima is a wellness expert. She will be joined later by Eunice at some point. So we want to take care of ourselves this morning. Salima, karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Tumelalaje? Tumeamkaje? Tunajihisi vipi? Asante. So CV kama ijaribika, kwa majina ni Salima Njoki Masharia. I'm now with Peace Brigades International. Nilikuwa nainuka Kenya ni sisi. So transition nikaenda Peace Brigades International. So but bado nafanya kazi ambayo I think it's a gift and a talent. So I know yesterday I had, and I watched via YouTube, not the whole day, but at least I saw some things, the opening remarks, some panel discussion. And I think there's one thing I heard was, we don't need to die for a story. I heard that from the discussions and it was my takeaway. Indeed, we don't need to die for a story as journalists. Then the other thing I also heard, and I was told that Owegi now is an expert in meditation, that alitusaidia na breathing. So tupigie Owegi makofi. So we'll still do the breathing so that also we ground ourselves. And beside doing it, I'll also invite us just to watch a small video, just to understand the importance of breathing. Because we all breathe, but how we breathe is what matters. So nawaomba tuweke simu zetu chini, tuweke laptop zetu chini, tukue kwa a very comfortable position. So my brother Mule, mikono hatuta cross hivi, tutaweka let me demonstrate. So hatuta cross miguu. So miguu itakuwa grounded, mikono hapa, then don't slouch. Just make sure you're back. And once you see the video, you'll see why we are saying this. Then hatutapumua kwa mudomo, tutapumua kwa pua. So we shall be breathing in and out through the nose. So mdomo tutakuwa tumefunga. Alafu kwa wale labda tumevuta sigara kwa muda, kuna wale tunavuta sigara. Sasa sisi tutavuta sigara hivyo. Tutavuta hiyo sigara kwa umadilifu. I can see the people hapa watanikosoa Kiswahili changu, but itakuwa pole pole na taratibu. So ukipumua inakuwa nini? Mos. Tusikue wapupa kuchukua hewa nyingi na kutoa hewa nyingi, kupunga hewa. Asante Mule. So nataka tukae, my brother, mikono tumeweka hapa. So wale tumefunga tai kama my brother pia pale, tulegeze kama ni our pants ambayo tuko na mshipi, tulegeze pia so that tusikie kwa sehemu zote za mwili. So invite yourself, we're not slouching. Mgongo, iko straight, thank you. So invite yourself in a place of calm. Invite your mind to a place of calmness. This is not the time to think about bills, about the state of the nation. This is about self first. So invite your mind to that place first. Let your mind not wander. Just invite your place to be in that space, to be the space of calm. So invite it, that you're in a safe space. You're with people who care for you, people who are not strangers. So invite yourself to that space. And then for me, I'll just be instructing. Utakuwa unapumua tu ndani na nje kwa pua. So just listen to the instructions, but just do the breathing. And if you do it well, you'll be able to feel something in your body, mind, body, and soul. So I hope we are all in that space. Wale tunatembea tafadhali tukae chini. So DJ, if you can just put some very good calming music. Tumesema hatukunji mikono. Kwa wale tunakunja mikono, tunaweka mikono hapa. So we are starting together in a count of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's all breathe in. Release slowly. Again, let's all breathe in. Releasing slowly. Let's breathe in and hold. Hold. And then release slowly. So yours is just to keep breathing in and out. So just keep breathing in and out through the nose. Tuzidi tu kupumua ndani na nje. So slowly, so swiftly. Just keep breathing in and breathing out. And while we are breathing in and out, I want us to do a body scan, a mental body scan. So just keep breathing in and breathing out. Keep breathing in and breathing out through the nose. We are doing it so good. If you're comfortable, you can close your eyes. Just keep breathing in and out. If you're able to hold your breath, the better. Then we shall start doing a mental body scan. We shall be starting from our feet, going up to the waistline. So you're breathing in and breathing out, but just listening to your body. Maybe you have some muscle tension, some pain in that area of the body. It's acknowledge. You're just breathing in and breathing out, but just taking cognizance of anything around our body. And also appreciating also that part of the body. So just keep breathing in and breathing out. Keep breathing in and out, but just taking a mental body scan. We are moving from the waistline to the shoulder area, back and front. Just do a simple mental body scan. This is a time to listen to your body. You're breathing in and breathing out, having intervals where you're just holding your breath. Again, listen to that part of the body. What is it telling you? Do you have some pains, some tension, things that needs to be addressed? Just keep breathing in and out through the nose, swiftly, slowly, and calmly. Keep breathing in and out, having intervals where you're holding your breath, releasing it slowly. We are doing the last mental body scan on our heads. Listen to that part also. This is the engine of our bodies. How is it? If you were to do a brain scan, how healthy will be your brain today? Just keep breathing in and out, appreciating that very important part of the body. It helps us with the thinking, coordination, problem solving. Appreciate that part of the body. It's very important. You're breathing in and breathing out. You're breathing in and breathing out. Appreciating the entire body of yours. It is serving you and serving you well. And if you have points in your body that needs attention, you felt some pain, maybe they need to be addressed. think maybe it could be through diet, or maybe seeing a doctor, or maybe taking walks, exercises. So let's keep breathing in and out. Let's keep breathing in and out. So now we're gonna move from the mental body scan and take a mental tour. So let's all breathe in together in a count of 1, 2, 3. Let's all breathe in together. Release slowly. Again, let's all breathe in together in a count of 1, 2, 3. Let's hold. Release slowly. Lastly, in a count of 1, 2, and 3. Let's all breathe in together and hold. Release. So let's just take a very brief mental tour to a garden. I want you to imagine a beautiful garden that is green, well manicured, no noise in that garden. It's so beautiful. We are by ourselves. It's so quiet. I want you to picture that place. I hope we all have landed in that garden. You're just breathing in and out. You're breathing in and out. But just imagining you in that garden. So beautiful, so green. Beautiful flowers. So you're breathing in and out, breathing in and out. But your mind is in that garden. And we need to enjoy being in that garden. So you're breathing in and out. You're breathing in and out, but just imagining you're in that garden. Less stressful. You're away from the busy life of the city. Some of us don't have shoes on. Some of us are just stepping on the green grass. Some of us are just smelling the fresh flowers. We're just hearing the birds chirping. So imagine yourself in that garden. You're breathing in and out. Breathe in and out, gentle. Imagine yourself in that place. And while there, just pick one achievement in your life. I know we have many. Just pick one and celebrate that achievement. Whether it is through a mental hug or a word of affirmation, just affirm yourself. Tell yourself something. Love on self. Affirm self. Validate self. That's the moment. I want us to be there for a minute, just by breathing in and out. Just by breathing in and out, and we're holding breaths in between. Okay, now prepare yourself to leave from that garden. So together in a count of 1, 2, 3, let's all leave the garden mentally. Let's come back to the room. So now we're doing the last 3 counts together. So in a count of 1, 2, 3, let's all breathe in together. Release slowly. Again in a count of 1, 2, 3, let's all breathe in together and hold. Release slowly. Lastly, together in a count of 1, 2, 3, let's all breathe in together. Hold. Release slowly. Thank you so much. If you're comfortable, you can open your eyes and come back to the room at your time and at your pace. Welcome back. How was it? How was it? Yeah? Janaki, you are talking. How was it? Huh? Here is where we are allowed to have chorus answers. How was it? Great. Kema, great. How was it? Yes? Enjoyed. How was it? Relaxing. How was it? Some of us struggled, which is okay. Yeah? Turudie tena saa tano. So, I think ni muhimu tuelewe kwa nini tunahimizwa kupumua kwenye pua na si mdomo. So, I'll request just Jared to run a very short video so that we understand why we are doing or why we've done what we've just done. So, Jared, please.
So, really the only people who could benefit for breathing correctly are people who breathe. So if you don't breathe, then you probably won't get much benefit out of learning how to breathe better. Hi, my name is James Nestor. I'm the author of Breath, The New Science of a Lost Art. And these are 5 ways to improve your breathing. Stop breathing through your mouth. So breathing through your mouth isn't going to kill you. It's going to allow you to get enough oxygen to survive, but just surviving is different from being healthy. So compensation is different from really celebrating in vibrant health. So the difference between the mouth and nose, there are numerous differences, but the main ones are the nose is the filter. This is our first line of defense for the body. The nose also heats up air, it pressurizes it, it moistens it, and it conditions it so that by the time that air gets to our lungs, we can extract about 20% more oxygen breathing through our nose than we can equivalent breaths through the mouth. And if you think that's not going to make a difference throughout the day, throughout your life, you're crazy. When you start looking at so many chronic ailments from asthma to allergies to even anxiety and how they are directly tied to the way in which you breathe, and oftentimes they are tied to how we tend to overbreathe, you start to understand that having that extra pressure and resistance in your breath is so essential to calming your body down, filtering that air, and allowing yourself to work at peak efficiency. And when we walk through the day, just for one, we're not filtering that air, but we're also taking in way too much air, which stresses the body out. So a lot of you breathing through your mouth right now may be thinking, this guy is crazy. I breathe through my mouth. Everyone I know breathes through their mouths. What is crazy is to look at 5,400 other mammals on the planet right now and look at how they're breathing. Dogs breathe through their mouths when they're thermoregulating to offload heat, but no other animal is an obligate mouth breather for a reason. It is terrible for our health. It affects how your face will look. It makes you more susceptible to periodontal disease. It creates hyperventilation. It can stress you out. I can give you a whole laundry list of problems associated with it. The science is very clear. Don't breathe through your mouth. Breathe through your nose as often as you can. Use your nose. So if you were to take an x-ray of your head, which is something I've done, you would notice something at the front of your face. You would notice that we have all of these crazy structures right at the front of our face. These structures take up the equivalent space of a billiard ball. If you could just imagine putting a billiard ball in the middle of your head. Those structures aren't there randomly. When we breathe air through our nose, we're forcing this air through a gauntlet of different passageways where that air is purified and where that air is heated and pressurized. Sea animals that live in shells use their shells to keep out invaders, to keep themselves safe. We use our noses to do the exact same thing. So how we breathe affects every system of the body. It affects how your heart beats. It affects your circulation. It affects digestion. It affects how your brain operates. So if we are breathing in a dysfunctional way, if we're taking in way too much air, overworking ourselves all the time, we put these other systems of our body in a state of stress. And if you don't believe me, just try to hyperventilate right now for about 10 to 20 seconds and see how you feel afterwards. Many of us won't be spending all of our days in the state of acute hyperventilation, but we will be overbreathing, and eventually our bodies will break down. So this is why we want to breathe through our noses. We want to filter air, especially if we live in an environment with pollution or allergens or COVID or wherever else. We want that air to be moistened. We want that air to be pressurized because we want to breathe fewer breaths, but to obtain more oxygen in each breath. So that is efficiency. Why would we unnecessarily be overworking ourselves all day long? We don't want to do that. We want to be in a state of calm and efficiency, and that's what breathing through the nose helps us do. Improve your lung capacity. There was this fascinating study done about 40 years ago where they looked at all of this data from about 5,000 different subjects, and they found that the number one marker of longevity wasn't genetics, it wasn't diet, it was lung capacity. The larger our lungs are, the more efficiently and healthy they are operating, the longer we will live. So how do you fix this? If you have lungs that are ailing, or if you're older and your lungs start to shrink, which is what happens to everybody after the age of about 35. Well, you can fix it by breathing properly. And you can help yourself breathe properly by having proper posture and breathing very slow and low breaths. This isn't pushing it too hard. This is breathing in this almost imperceptible way, where you take very calm and controlled and rhythmic breaths. This helps you retain your lung capacity as you age, and it helps your body stay in a calm state and more efficiently get oxygen with each breath. So one of the things that you can do to improve your lung capacity would be to exercise. Even mild to moderate exercise helps us retain lung capacity. We can also do something called yoga, which was a technology of breathing before it had any vinyasa flows. So the yoga most of us are doing today was invented about 100 years ago. The original yoga was about sitting in a position and controlling your breath. So by controlling your breath and keeping flexible in this area, you can allow your lungs to inflate and deflate to their maximum potential. And that's exactly what we want to do throughout the day. Slow down. Inhaling and exhaling slowly have numerous benefits. One of those benefits is you are sending signals to your brain that you're in a calm state. So about 80% of the messages between the brain and the body come from the body to the brain. So if you are hunched over and stressed out and you're breathing like this, you are sending your brain alarm signals that there is a problem, that you need to be ready to fight or run away from something. You're also unleashing all these different hormones and adrenaline to allow you to be awake and alert. Well, we don't need to be awake and alert all the time during the day. That leads to chronic inflammation and so many other issues. So by breathing slowly, you can take over these systems. You can control your nervous system in many ways to send your brain signals that you are relaxed and in a safe place. And when you do that, the rest of the body and the brain responds. The great thing about breathing is it's so easy. So when it comes time to slow down your breathing, you just simply slow down your breathing. For some people, that means breathing in to a count of about 3 and out to a count of about 3. Other people are comfortable with extending that, which is great. But one key little trick I like to use is to inhale to a count of about 3 and then extend your exhale to a count of about 6 or 8. When you do this, you further relax the body and you elicit a parasympathetic response. And you can measure this by measuring what happens to your heart rate when you tend to extend your exhales, measuring what happens to your blood pressure. And you can just feel it throughout your body as well. And this is something you can use anytime, anywhere. So slow down your breathing. Doing so will calm your body down and send those signals to your brain that you are in a safe place and that you can relax. And it will also balance your levels of CO2 and oxygen so that you will be able to utilize more of that oxygen as it enters into your bloodstream. Hold your breath. So breath holding is both good and bad. When we hold our breath unconsciously, it's very bad. And an estimated 80% of office workers do this. What we do is we sit down and we see all these emails, and then our phones are blowing up. We become stressed out and we hold our breath. Then we breathe too much. We hold our breath again. If you're doing anything in a way that's stressing your body out 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, it's going to eventually catch up with you. Breath holding can also be very beneficial to you because when you hold your breath, you increase your levels of carbon dioxide. And by increasing your tolerance over time for carbon dioxide, you can learn how to calm your body down and actually increase athletic performance. It's not very easy at the beginning. It seems so counterintuitive. A lot of people say, oh, I need to keep breathing because I need oxygen. But you'll notice something when you hold your breath and look at your oxygen levels. They don't go anywhere for a very long amount of time. It takes a couple minutes for your oxygen to really be hitting some serious levels of deficiency. So by holding your breath, what you're doing is just controlling your respiration. You're bringing yourself more deeply into your body, and you can then use those breath holds as tools to help you perform better or enter states of focus or even heat yourself up when you're cold. I think the number one thing I would like people to take away is that things don't have to be complicated in order for them to be effective and in some cases transformative. Doing very simple breathing tweaks throughout the day and even before sleep, before you study, before a workout can have a transformative effect. This seems impossible, it seems too simple to be true until you spend years looking at the science and until you talk to hundreds and hundreds of people who have helped take control of their own health and their own sicknesses by helping take control of their own breathing. That's what I've discovered, and I think you'll find the same is true for yourself. Thanks for watching. You can buy my book Breath on audiobook, ebook, hardcover, and paperback in the link below this description. And don't forget to subscribe.
Thank you. Tumeelewa why we are breathing through the nose and not the mouth. And this guy has done some good work, and he's done books. There's one that I think I'll share. It's an ebook if people want to read further on this technique, because it's very useful. You are able to take charge of your health and your life. Na hapo kwanza pa lung capacity, wale tushapita hiyo miaka ya 35. I'm not saying wala tujafika tusifanye something, but wale tumefika hapo, maybe we need to be using this technique. So allow us to be upstanding a little bit before I do my presentation, which is like, I don't know what, 10 slides, PowerPoint slides, and I'll be done. So naomba tusimame tafadhali. We'll go back to our childhood memories because sometimes we heal from there. So we'll do zile wimbo tulikuwa tunafanya. Mnakumbuka zile wimbo tulikuwa tunaimba tukiwa nursery? Wengine washaanza kuimba. Mimi nasema zile nursery, zile za public nini, sijasema zile za group of schools. Haya, we go. I will make you fishers of men. Si mnajua hiyo? Tulikuwa tunafanya aje? Pali pako na F, wasichana tunafanya nini? Wale tuna identify kama female, tunaketi. Mahali pako na M, wale tuna identify kama male, tunafanya nini? So tutakuwa na inaitwa ladder ama inaitwa nini ya kukaa, kuketi, kukaa, kusimama. Haya, we are singing and then tunakaa. I will make you fishers of men. Mbona muimbi? Haya, let's go again. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. If you follow me. Hapa tumechanganikiwa kidogo. If you follow me, I will make you fishers of fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. If you follow me. Bado tujashika. If you me, I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Tujipigie makofi. Kuna wale hatujajua vizuri mahali tuko, but ni sawa tu. Aya, so tukimalizia hapo tunajipatia butterfly hugs. Just give yourself butterfly hugs. Unajipatia na mikono miwili. Just give yourself butterfly hugs. Love on yourself. Validate yourself. Affirm yourself. Because most of the time, sisi watu wa media, journalists, whether local, ama kwa mainstream, tunafanya kazi mzuri, but no one will ever. Unakuwa kejeli ya story, unapata cyberbullying, unapata attacks, unapata hizo zote. So love on yourself. Love on yourself. Tell yourself something. Validate yourself. So thank you. I will just give a very brief presentation, and I know there's another psychologist in the house, Eunice. So if maybe in the course of the day you need one-on-one, you know, sometimes you just need a tete-a-tete with a professional. Eunice will be in the house. I'll also be in the whole day, so we can take these conversations further, because I know we don't have enough time for this, but I'll just give a brief, because every time we keep talking about wellness, mental health, and we come from different places and different understandings matters wellness. So I'll just do a very brief presentation. I think it's just like 10 slides. Maybe if you, from the top, on this, yeah, the next slide, please. So we borrowed the definition. This is not my own definition. We borrowed from World Health Organization, and I love it because it is very simple in understanding, but I think the difficulty comes in implementation or execution of it. And the definition that is given under the World HO is wellness is the active pursuit of choices, lifestyle, and activities. And this is where I put a lot of emphasis when I talk about wellness. Wellness is an active pursuit. It's not passive. So there's no way utasema maybe socially, spiritually, psychologically, I need to do something, and then you don't do it. The example I normally give is, for us ladies in the house, we keep saying, hey, I need to watch my weight. But wewe ndio kwanza kukula KFC, wewe ndio kwanza kukula McDonald's, and then you keep saying, I need to do something about my weight, but you're not actively, maybe even walking, exercising, eating right, sleeping well. So wellness is an active pursuit. So whatever you desire to do in all the aspects of well-being, what are you doing? You're in a career space. Do you desire growth? And if indeed you desire growth, what are you doing about it? Oh, I need to up myself in terms of my career, in terms of maybe my education. But what are you doing about it? Some of us have been saying tutaka kurudi shule for the last 10 years. So then hatutakuwa tofauti na the person who keeps promising us things and he does not deliver. So sisi na yeye tuko tu with the same WhatsApp group. So wellness is active pursuit of the choices, lifestyle, behaviors around our lives in all aspects and all domains of well-being. So ni nini unafanya? So siseme, enyewe hii serikali ni mbaya, but what are you doing? What are you doing around maybe the economy? Yes, we acknowledge it is, but what are you doing? And it has two cardinal concerns. Number one is the achievement of individuals' fullest potential. You know. And I tell people, the only person you cannot lie to is yourself. You can lie to everybody here, to all of us, but you cannot lie to yourself. So you know your full potential, but unakalia tu chini. Nitafanya, procrastinating. 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. Hiyo kitu, your assignment, your report. Nitafanya. And you know you can do better. You know you're not optimizing your fullest potential. Hiyo kitu, man. So physically, psychologically, spiritual, financially, mi mshahara yangu inakuwa kidogo, so even I can't start saving. Siku zile napata mshahara kubwa ndio nitaanza kusave. Remember, wellness is an active pursuit. So even it's around issues of attitude and mental shift. Because ukipata hiyo mshahara kubwa, kama uja inculcate that culture of saving, even if you get 1 million, you won't be able to save. So what are you doing around all these aspects of domain? Then number 2 on the cardinal concern is carrying out your individual expectations in this sphere, be it the family, be it community, place of worship, workplace, and other settings. And when you talk about all the domains and aspects, so if okay, the thought imepotea. But anyway, so individual expectation. How are you performing at all these levels? How are you performing? Because when you talk of well-being and the aspects and the domains, there's no one that is more important than the other. All of them, because we are a whole person. We are a holistic person. So you have to look at creating a balance. Then this one, which is very important, that we all have a self-responsibility. Of course, acknowledging that these are the things are influenced by the physical, social, cultural environments that we live in. But at the end of the day, you have a self-responsibility. I like the meme that normally people say, ukizaliwa kwa umaskini, wewe ndio unafaa kumaliza umaskini. You can't keep playing a victim. Ati unajua mimi nilizaliwa kwa umaskini, so you need to do something, right? The next slide, please. So this just, normally we confuse wellness with these terms, but clarity has, and I can share these slides later, clarity has been sought. There's some similarity and also some little difference. I think this may be when the slides are shared with us, we can just look deeper into it. Next slide, Jared, please. So why does it matter for us as journalists? Number 1, at least it protects our credibility and judgment. Then number 2, it also sustains resilience. And this list is not exhaustive. I know you guys being in this profession, you know more than I do. So these are just some of the reasons or justification I felt they were also important to bring them to our attention. And you can add the list is not exhaustive, and then at least ensures sustainability, because if you're a healthy journalist, then in a sustained PR, kuwa a good storyteller, and then you're able to serve public over the long term. Again, the thing I had yesterday, and I think, I keep forgetting the name of the gentleman, but he said you don't have to die for a story. Thank you for that. Next slide. So, and the question has been, how do we integrate this maybe into our work? And yesterday also when I was just watching online, I had Lynette, my former colleague at Inuka Kenya, talk about the wellness toolkit, which is available to all of us. And maybe that's a good place to start, because sometimes it's not that we don't want, but maybe we don't have the knowledge and the awareness, and we are struggling like to Tanzania, we are not professionals. And I know the copy is also, they also have a digital copy, and Joanne, the comms person at Inuka, will be sharing with the team so that all of us can have a copy and just an understanding of how do we need to integrate this. And these are just some of the things I thought we would think together about and around. So we can do, as institutions, media houses, we can start even from having a wellness policy. Who does what? How does wellness looks for us? And then we can just embed wellness also in our editorial guidelines. You can also have a wellness focal person, so that, because I've had so many stories from journalists that most of us, maybe who are in the senior position, we normally don't care about the journalists. We just care about the equipment, which I think is really, really unfair. So it's good to have a wellness focal person maybe in our media, be it local or the mainstream. As journalists, I know and I'm cognizant that we all don't come from Nairobi, but also we work in other regions, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Wajir. So is it possible maybe to have these circles that you support each other in the event? And I know now the campaign periods are here, elections is just around the corner, and this is a time that you guys like run and do a lot of work. So it's good to have this support system, people who understand your work, people who can empathize, people who can care, people who can journey with you. And then good to have regular check-ins, something that Inuka Kenya has adapted. Just beside work, how are you? How is your family? How are you doing? Instead of just being asked, wapi story, deadline ndio hii. Just also humanizing someone. Because it's not about every time about the story. It's also to take care of that person who brings in stories. And then access to professional help. I don't know mechanisms that are in place maybe at your workplace. But it's good to just get to know what resources are available for us in the event that we have breakdowns. Do we have institutions that we can go to? Does our medical cover at least have the psychological aspect in it? Because I know so many institutions now have integrated so that you don't feel, if you don't feel comfortable sharing with a colleague, you can go to a professional and just pour yourself out. And sometimes even when you're coming to psychology, it's not that because watu wanasemaga ukienda kwa psychologist because umechizi uko na shida. Not necessarily. The same way you go for your physical checkup, si ati uko na shida, you just want to know how you're doing, see how your health is doing. Sometimes you just come to also to a psychologist just to check or validate something or just affirm something. So ati ukikuja kwa psychologist umechizi, because that's what we hear, that when you come to us umechizi. Now when you go back and tell someone nimetoka kwa psychologist, hey, ushafiatuka. Not necessarily. Next slide. And then let's foster a culture of care. You guys, and I know you do these things, you read news, you write stories, you're behind cameras and all this. But normally this discussion around wellness and mental health is story uko, sisi hapa. Ukisikia mtu like, my mental health, no. But it's easy to talk about physical health, but it's not easy to do discussions and conversations around mental health. So let's normalize this. And when you hear someone is maybe suffering from a mental health illness or condition, let's normalize having that. Useme ati sasa atasema atapeana decision gani na shafia tu. So those words, those demeaning things that sometimes and stigma associated with it, at least inafanya watu wasi normalize this conversation. And then let's also recognize and reward balance, celebrate examples of self-care and ethical boundary setting. And I know if we have a conversation around boundary setting, tunaweza ongea mpaka ng'ombe warudi nyumbani. And then model leadership commitment. If you are in a senior position, can you model this? Because it's also sometimes start from the top. Because if the leader has embraced wellness, is living wellness, is encouraging staff, it's easy. Because sometimes maybe us junior staff will want to, but maybe the leadership will be like, we don't want that nonsense here. So can we normalize also having this and leadership, just normalizing having this discussion and putting policies and practice and measures into place. And then promote individual wellness. Sometimes it's just good to take those short intentional pauses to reset, focus, and reduce. So this is because we believe at an individual level, when you start that, then you can influence the whole ecosystem. So you can be doing this, just maybe short breaks. Sometimes you write a story, does not make sense. Your laptop, you're looking at your laptop and your laptop is looking at you. There's nothing, you're not making sense of anything. You just feel like you have a mental, what is it called, fog. Like you can't even think. Sometimes it's good to take a break, 5 minutes break, just walk, cut some air, go burn in the sun. Just look at life, matatu, boda, then come back. Maybe your mind will be refreshed. Then peer accountability, encourage also to just checking on each other, boundaries with trauma exposure. Also limit yourself. And mostly, like media people, sometimes you cover very traumatic experiences and story, but don't keep going back to watching other, again, traumatizing, because maybe this is your work and then you expose yourself again to very traumatizing stories. Then reflective practice, just journal. I encourage this as a technique. You just journal how you're feeling, date, just put all your thoughts in a journal. One time you read it and you're like, oh my God, this is how I was feeling. I'm feeling better today, tomorrow I'm worse, because life is just about the pain and pleasure. So we are not every day happy, not every day sad, but just good to journal on how you're feeling. Is that the last slide? Yeah, so call to action. This is what we can do in our small ways. Again, this is not exhaustive. You can just look at your institution, however it is, what you guys do, and in your small ways and big ways, how can you embed wellness in your small ways? What are those things, practical things that you can do? What does your policy say? HR policy, what does it say about staff's well-being? Is there a place you can start from? I think that will be all right, Jared. So thank you so much. We're going to stop there. But we are in the room with Eunice, and we can advance this conversation together. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Sorry, I won't be able to take questions because we are pressed for time. Asanteni.
It's about us, eh? Now it's not about the people we fight for. This has been about you, your mental health, and your wellness, my wellness. So I think Salima deserves a better round of applause. Eh? Yeah, many a times we think about others. Wanasema firstborns ni ngumu sana kudeal now because wamezoea taking care of others, so taking care of them becomes very problematic. If you try to take care of the responsible firstborns, not all firstborns are responsible, but let me just assume that all of us here that are firstborns are responsible. Yeah, they are used to taking care of people that they forget about themselves. That is now us, the civil society and the media. Yeah, we take care of other people, we end up forgetting about us. Huh? And the society has also even made it worse for men. That Janak is not supposed to say that he is suffering. He's not supposed to say that he's breaking down. Until, you remember the case of one of the engineers that threw himself from the rooftop of a mall in Kisumu. Eh? Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about it. You know, the co-workers were just surprised that tulikuwa tuna yeye hapa jana tukiorganize everything, and then the next day walks into the mall, gives the key of his V8 to the security guy. My son akikuja utampatia hiyo key. Then all of a sudden some noise and a third on the ground and is gone. So that's most of us. Even in our workplace, the environment we set in our workplaces do not allow us to talk about things. Eh? So ukianza kuongea zako anaanza kusema na huyu. Yes. So Salima, thank you so much, and I think we need to, everywhere where we go, I think wellness and mental health is something that we must ensure that we have a conversation about. When we go back into our institution, we must set the environment that provides that provides space, safe space for such conversations. So thank you so much. Now, we want now to get into the next plenary session. But before we do that, I wanted us to just stand for a little, for the next minute. Just stand from where, just stand around your table. Just stand. just stand and while you are standing, just have a brief, I mean, you can stand or walk around your table, but I just want you to have a brief discussion in a minute. Just talk about anything that struck, that is actually just, I mean, you retained for, I mean, yesterday we had quite a number of discussions. Even if it means that what stuck in your mind was a very important contact that is going to make your work easier after this, talk about it, and then we're just going to get some very light reports from those tables. Mary will also be helping me. We'll go around and just see. Just have that conversation freely. Talk about what stuck into your mind jana. Kiswahili, English, Kikuyu, Kijaluo, Kisomali, any language. Good. I think we are almost done with our conversations. If you can hear me now, clap twice. Yeah. Someone didn't hear me, they clapped 10 times. If you can hear me, clap once only. Clap once. Clap once again. Now. Good. Now, what we are going to do is simple. We are going to take our seats, We are going to take our seats and we are going to have some interesting reports from those tables. Kumbe ni opportunity mlikuwa mnataka kuanza kuongea Hello. Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Haya tutulie kidogo. Kumbe ni nafasi mlikuwa mnataka kuanza kuchat Okay, good. Now we are going to start with the table where Mary is standing. We just need to get one person reporting the conversation there. In less than a minute. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Mary.
Okay.
Good morning.
Wanataka kuona sura yako. Good.
Asante. Mtasema ni ya dhahabu ama ni ya okay.
Rangi ya dhahabu.
So yesterday, from yesterday's class, as a group, we learned that AI is making journal pale kwa newsroom. But now the answer was, apana, it's not making them lazy. It's just making work easier. So tukipata mwaks kama journalist,
hata nyinyi mfurahie tumeleta kizungu poa.
Good.
Alafu the other one is we learned that 52.3 million Kenyans are now logging to digital space. So tunaendelea kuwa digital. We thank God that tumetoka kwa kabambe, saa hii tuko mitandaoni. And the very last one, the European Union has come up with a policy to navigate across the humanitarian space. Kuelewa kana kwamba ile kitambo walikuwa wametumia Waafrika vibaya, na saa hii wameamua kuleta umoja katikati ya nchi za Afrika and all over the world. Thank you so much. I'm Veronica Ndach.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Can we clap for them? Was there a microphone on this other side? I saw Jared walking there. Okay. Sawa sawa. Let's get a report from, was there something from this table?
Thank you very much. Good morning. So they've said all our points, so I'll just add one more. That it was good to discover or to know that there is a witness protection, especially for journalists when they write sensitive things. So that was eye-opening and reassures the journalists that even civil society members that you can be straightforward and this safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So safety here. Okay, there is another microphone there.
Oh, hi everyone.
Hello.
In our team, we remembered that there is the need for the witness protection and the system that is already in place, like the phones and the usage of new phones and all that. We also learned about the digital safety for the need for digital safety for the journalists, that they need the encryption and all that. And then there is the need for strengthening the collaboration between the media and the CSOs. While media are doing investigations and reporting, the CSOs, on the other hand, contribute to the advocacy aspect. So that's all.
Thank you so much. There is a northeastern table here. They decided they are not going to integrate. Let's get a representation.
My name is Abdi Karim from Media County. I remember the role of county government or assemblies on working with the CSO on better legislation. So that's it.
Thank you. Na mmesema hamtaki kupata marafiki pande nyingine. O mlikuwa huko jana. Leo mmesema ni inbreeding, ama ni zero grazing. Okay, thank you so much, but it's okay. Yeah, I want Mary to pick one other table, that other end. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll come there.
So morning everyone.
Morning.
My name is Kamachu, based in Isiolo County. So from our table we pick that to be able to safeguard the democracy space, every group, every person must play their part. And then we have Shahidi app that will help in reporting corruption. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Jared, there was one behind? Yeah.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning once again. Okay, from our table, there are two things. Number one, 72% of countries in the world are aristocratic. That means there is a quest for democracy in those countries. And then number two, there is a quote that was said by Mr. Mugambe from the Article 19, which talks about free speech is not a privilege, it is a right. And it is also a daily struggle in this particular country. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want, in the interest of time, to just stop at that point. It's good that at least round your tables, you've at least recapped what was discussed yesterday. We would have gone round all the tables, but in the interest of time, I wanted to just end it at that point and welcome us to the to the next panel discussion. A very interesting one on sustainability and resilience. Again, Every day we go to work. Some of us get to 60, retire, walk out, and when we meet, we start asking whether that is actually you. Some of us contracts end. 2 years down the line, we can't afford things. Some of us, we have very, very strong systems at one point, and the next time we are getting news about retrenchment. We have seen institutions that are strong crumbling down. We have seen very vibrant HRDs and very vibrant journalists very many years down the line, and we cannot recognize them because of issues about vulnerability within the sector. So I want to welcome us into the discussion where we're going to discuss how do we survive? How do we build our resilience? How do we sustain our commitments? How do we sustain our work? So I want to welcome the moderator for today, Maureen Moody, who is going to welcome her panelists. Maureen Moody works with on issues media and journalists along the coasts, and so she's going to be the one leading us into this very important discussion, because I think someone asked whether if you are let go today, you will still afford the same medical insurance tomorrow. So, Maureen, this is a very important discussion for us, and we would want to hear from you and your panel.
Thank you, Mr. Owegi. Good morning, everyone. Owegi, you really saved us. Actually, by the time you're going to tables and then you said we pick a few more, on our table we were just arguing. And you know, our biggest argument was on what? Yesterday, and I will not reveal the person because of data protection. One of us on that table poured tea, a lot of tea. And then it became an issue. So imagine today we are discussing about that issue. So thank God you didn't come to our table. Anyway, I'm glad to be here. And because of tea matters that I've started, this panel that is coming here is standing between you and your tea. And because you're all seated here, you're very critical in terms of how we handle this. So I want to welcome the panel that is coming on stage now. And this topic, allow me to say it's a very, very heavy topic, and we have a little time to handle it, but I know we will do some justice. Ni sawa? Are we okay? Okay. If I see someone dozing, who will be our timekeeper? Wege, how much time do we have for this? Who is a very strict timekeeper? Nikimwangalia, I just know, hey, my time here is up. Who is that? Okay, please, I will avoid that table until when I think I need to look at you. So allow me to welcome Irene Nasimiu. She's one of the very rich people expect here on the table. Irene Nasimiu works for Kenya Correspondents Association. No, she doesn't work for that organization. She is the vice chair of KCA. She will talk more about what she does and why she's here. Okay. Then there's Peter Kiyama, Huri Sako. Peter, wherever you are. Okay. And then we have Quinta herself from Amwick, Quinta Mbori. And then we have Winnie Siombua from Journalists for Human Rights. Winnie, I think I love this panel, it's balanced. And then last but not least, we have Sally Nduta from UDPK. Kindly make your way. Where's Sally? Where's Winnie? If they come, I think maybe they could be taking tea. They will find us going on. So I loved one thing about this topic because it was about, I looked at it as festival of collaboration, innovation, resilience, and reimaging the future. Okay, important announcement. Winnie might be joining virtually, so if it succeeds, we will see her here on the virtual spaces. So now we are supposed to talk about gender, sustainability, and resilience of media and CSOs actors. I just have one question for all of us. In your different spaces, do you think media and CSOs collaborate the way they should? And I need to see some hands. Nani anaweza tuzungushia kipaza sauti kidogo? Do you think media and CSOs collaborate the way they should be collaborating in Kenya? Let's start with Kenya.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm not a journalist. I am a human rights defender. I want to believe that journalists and CSO have collaborated well, because I can say that I am alive because a journalist saved my life during the River Yala expose, and I saw him here, Mulindi, who works with Citizen. I think I'm also alive because Nation Media saved my life when we were targeted in the last Gen Z protest last year, and we had to run to that media house, Nation Center. And recently, I also think that our life...
Please keep it short, kindly.
So I think they have also done stories that have pushed the agenda that we were risking our lives for. So we have done, it's only that there's no proper strategic or structured engagement between the civil society and journalists. But the cadres on the ground, both activists and journalists, are doing it. Maybe the leadership is letting them down.
Okay, thank you. There are so many issues that came up, and I'm sure the panel will address some of those things that came up. Another hand, do you think you are doing enough? Just 30 seconds. Someone who really has a burning response. And please don't tell me all of us don't have anything to say. Who wants to take the mic? Or I feel free to select someone, which I think is what I will do. The hand somewhere? Okay.
Thank you. So my name is Abubakar. I think the collaboration can be better. I've worked in the civil society for quite some time. So let me just tell you, when I was working at Uraia, we had a very big budget for media and running into millions. The challenge was that the media, we're giving them content and money. So it was purely transactional. We were trying to tell them, we have this money, what are you bringing on the table in terms of just more airtime, more spaces. But it was a hard sell. I don't know if they've changed, but that was a big problem. If the media, I'm sure they're here, they know. So what we're telling them is, can you consider, even if you're getting lots of money, give a lot of airspace to civil society, because the content is there, the people are there, but don't charge us as much. So I think that's an area which we really need to interrogate and change how we engage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Please clap for both of them. Okay, I want to cross over to the floor and just ask you a very basic question. If I have someone to help me with the mic, I'll be very happy, because I think the floor is very big. As a leader, what keeps you awake? When you wake up in the morning and then you tell yourself, I didn't sleep because of 1, 2, 3 things. What is that thing? As you introduce yourself briefly.
Good morning. Habari zenu. My name is Peter Kiama. I happen to serve as the executive director at Haki Yetu organization in Mombasa. But I'm sitting here in the capacity of a cooperator, a member of a savings and credit cooperative in the human rights sector. What keeps me awake? Okay, what keeps me awake day and night? I think what motivates me to wake up in the morning and get going is the passion to serve this country and make it better. I think that's basically it, that passion. But if you allow me, Maureen, to go to faith, I think number two, what keeps me waking up and up and running is the fact that now I'm going to preach. If you go to
Please,
Genesis,
Pastor, make it short, Pastor.
Yes, if you go to Genesis, you will find that all of us as human beings were made co-creators with God. And the job of co-creation ends when you are dead and you are buried 6 feet under. So I wake up every morning to co-create, because that's the mandate given to me by God. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is powerful. You tell us more about co-creating. Kindly pass on the mic, then we can have, because I see Quinta was ready. Quinta can go first, and then Irene.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. There is no energy in this room.
Buana.
We can try again. Good morning. We can do better. You can also help me greet the person next to you. And yeah, if you don't know them, at least get to know them. Hi. Thank you. My name is Quinta Mbori. I work at the Association of Media Women in Kenya, popularly known as AMWIC. I'm the executive director. And AMWIC is the National Association for all women in the media in this country. One thing I keep asking women who work in the media space who are not part and parcel of AMWIC is, where are you? Who are you working with? Would you join us? And let's journey this work together. Our membership is by registration, and we are welcome to become part and parcel of AMWIC. We operate around 5 thematic areas, and that is membership and development, women's economic empowerment, sexual reproductive health and rights, gender and governance, as well as digital safety and security. I'm sure we'll talk more about the work that we have done around the 5 thematic areas. Maureen, what keeps me awake? One is that we do not have a female president in this country. I don't know when that will happen. It gives me migraines. Secondly, is the fact that every day we wake up in this country, we are dealing with cases of gender-based violence. Honestly speaking, in the 21st century, I believe this is something that we need to have gotten rid of.
How saw the brand ambassador on matters community climate in my community. I'm also a radio journalist. I work with West FM. You can call me Daktari wa Mapenzi. I host a midnight program from 12 to 5. And I'm glad to be here today. What keeps me awake is the aspect of storytelling in my work, because every time I have to go with a new thing to my listeners. So the aspect of storytelling wakes me awake every time. Every day I have to come up with a new thing for my audience and for my listeners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you've also heard what they've said, and in a nutshell. So I want to combine at least 3 questions, and that will be the end of this discussion, so that now we can create some room and opportunity for the audiences to just engage, and that is very critical. So the 3 questions will be focused on, one, the issue of a challenge that you face in your sector, and then apart from the challenge, a solution that has worked for you, or a solution that you can propose. And then the last one would be one thing that you think the media and the CSOs can do together in terms of just a way forward. But now I will crystallize them further in form of questions, so that now we can engage, we can have this discussion. And I want to combine it because when you talk about gender and then we skip a bit, we come to the issue of sustainability, both in the CSO spaces and in media. There's a lot that comes to mind. I know AMWIC, of which I'm a proud member, has done a lot of surveys when it comes to gender issues, especially in the newsroom. And I know the civil society, there was a report we are being told would be released in a couple of days by Civicas. And the part of what I have learned in my short time with dealing with CSOs is that a lot of them depend on donor funding. And then there's a lot of donor fatigue. There's a lot of mistrust when it comes to media and CSOs. So how are we going to look at sustainability when it comes to just looking at how these organizations will partner, will work together? That is why you are very critical in this conversation. And then the spaces that we are having. When we look at a report by the Aga Khan University School of Graduate and Media Studies, they had a project on advancing gender equalities in the media and even the CSO spaces. And one of the areas they captured was that in as much as we have perpetrators being affected every day, they are being beaten, someone is killed, someone is, something just happens. In the media, it's only 3% of those perpetrators who are covered. And when they are covered as victims. It takes me to the issue of solution-based journalism. How do we look at it if you are a journalist in the house? So we're going to look at all of that. And I want to pose my first question to Irene. Huh? What do you think? Because you've said you're Dr. Love, right? Dr. Love, let me call you Dr. Love. What are the gender gaps that we have in the newsrooms currently? Because you're a practicing journalist and you understand you've been in that space. What do you think are the gaps?
Thank you. I want to give a plus first to KCA. KCA has done well in gender representation, whereby I happen to be the vice chairperson. My chairperson is a male, and the leadership is substituted through, we have gender and female and male, so I want to give it a plus. In our newsroom, let me talk about the Western region. I've seen it happen when we have big people coming in Western region. I'm one of the people who has been complaining why ladies are not included in the topic of discussion. Like recently, Waziri came in Western, and the panel discussion was all about the male person. So I was asking myself, where are the ladies here to also take part in the discussion? I'm told that in the media space, or the research shows that ladies or female take 40% of the media space in terms of the leadership role and even in decision making, something that we actually need to work on it so that the female are also felt, especially in our own region. I'm one of the people who came up complaining that where are the ladies? So does it mean that ladies were not there to make decisions or to be on those leadership positions? I'm representing the Western region. The other time Waziri came, and the media houses in the Western region, that is West FM, Lubao FM, Nyota FM, we had male on the table interviewing Waziri. There were no ladies, and that is the question I was asking. So we still have that gap, gender representation, especially in our Western region, something that we need to talk about. And I call upon the partners to also just come in and have a conversation with the media owners, media managers in the Western region, so that we can fill that gap, whereby ladies can also be felt in that region.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Irene. And it's like you've also gone to the recommendations, which is very commendable. But I want to shift gears a bit and come back to Mr. Kiyama. Because these things that happen in media, I want to believe they are the same things that happen in the civil society space. Now, when it comes to sustainability of these spaces, there's a lot. When it comes to gender issues, there's also a lot. In your space, how does it affect how you do your work? And when it comes to now collaborations, what are the main issues we would be looking at? Generally, how is your space?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to this matter of sustainability. I have been in the civil society space working together with media for the last 30 years plus. And therefore, the question of sustainability fits very well within that journey. And one of the biggest challenges in civil society, even before I come to the intersection, is the whole issue of we being at the front line all the time. That you are there as the guardian, as the theme says today. You are there as the guardian of democracy at the front line with all the pressures that come with that. And therefore, there's this temptation within civil society, my colleagues who are here, but also with the media as people at the front line of defending our democracy, in seeing yourself as the savior, carrying that heart of the savior mentality. And that savior mentality, with all the adrenaline that comes with it, sometimes makes us forget ourselves. So you are so invested in saving others that you actually forget yourself. Until the time comes when you start feeling vulnerable, or when you have particular demands in your life, especially economic demands. You have to pay rent, you have to educate your children, you have to support your next, family members out there, you need to look at your medical bills, you need all those needs that are there, that are very legitimate and valid needs. Until that time comes, and then you begin to realize, hey, I went out there being the savior of souls, and I forgot that I also need to save myself. And what happens at that particular moment when that realization comes is you begin to actually feel frustrated. You begin to feel angry about yourself and project that anger towards others. Basically, because you forgot yourself, you begin to blame yourself but also blame others. And that can add to very high levels of disillusionment. It can lead to, tendencies of harming yourself. Basically because you forgot yourself. And there's nothing wrong in being at the front line. The only danger is seeing yourself as a savior, yet you are not a savior. You're just making a small contribution as a human being. Because all of us have limitations as human beings. And therefore we can at no time in our lives be the savior. It doesn't happen that way. So that's the biggest challenge I've seen. And what I've seen is that it manifests very well in the economic sphere of our lives. All right? I don't know whether I go to a bit of that. And what I've seen, therefore, is the need for us to ask ourselves, how do we understand life? We talk about doing life, is it? Or doing life alone, doing life with others. And I ask myself, is our life, do we understand our life as a marathon, or as a middle distance race, or as a sprint? There are many of us who have treated the journey of life as a sprint. You want to get a job, get a car, get a house, get a family, become a millionaire. Instant. And we have tried that. And you know where that has, how that has ended. When you treat life as a sprint. And so I'm not going to give a testimony about that. There are those of us who have treated life as a middle distance race. And you know where that has taken us, is it? Yeah? There are those of us who have taken life as a marathon and said, I'm going to divide my life into 4 phases. 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, and 75 to 100. And the way you look at life, whether as a sprint, or as a middle distance race, or as a marathon, now shapes your own view of life and how you treat it. There are those who have taken it as a sprint, and they've gone to banks, and they have taken bank loans. Because you want to build your house, you want to buy a plot, build your house in 6 months. So you go to the bank. The bank will be happy. They'll give you the money, is it? But now you begin the journey of repaying the bank loan. And then you lose a job. Or you lose the contract. You know what happens, is it? There are those who have taken it as a middle distance and said, I'm going to have a mix. I'm going to take a loan from the bank, build the plot, buy the plot and pay fast. Then take a loan to do the foundation. Then take a loan to do this. So you face it with the bank. There are those who have gone the marathon and they have said, I'm going to join my colleagues in the sector and we are going to build our lives together as comrades. All right? And so there are those, and that's why I'm here, if you allow me to say that. There are those who have gone to forming sector savings and credit cooperatives. All right?
Okay.
They have come
Mr.
together.
Peter, maybe we'll do the next one and then you will tell us that.
Okay. So there are those who have gone that direction. And so for me, the challenge is how you treat your life, and we'll discuss that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to pose a question. How many of us here are practicing journalists or even students working in the newsrooms or even freelancers? By a show of hands? Okay, quite a number. There's something for you, so let's go on with the conversation. There'll be a very general question for you at the end of it. But what he's talking about is something that happens a lot in the newsrooms and even in our spaces in media. We always say that journalists at times live the life of their sources. You go, you cover a politician, someone who is well off, they use those big cars, they live in very big houses. That is not your life. But because there is a way the society sees you, the image of you in their minds, now at times you get a journalist wants to live that kind of a life and they end up straining. That is why it's very important to have this conversation, because we want to see how to sustain our lives, living beyond our means and making sure we balance a lot of things that we need to. And Irene, when you get to the next round, I know at the KCA level there's a lot that is happening when it comes to sustainability and just ensuring we have personal responsibility when it comes to savings and all that. I've been also a member of KCA and an official at that, so I understand what has been happening. So back to you, Quinta. You were very passionate when you talked about women leadership and how things are happening in the country. And I think I share some of your dreams. So I was just saying amen, amen, pole pole hapa. So tell us the trends. How is it at Amwick and how do you think things should be? What is happening?
Thank you, Maureen. And thank you to the panelists for their sentiments. You know, when I look at the media industry in Kenya, I see challenges which I would like to call opportunities. Because just like Irene had mentioned, one of the biggest challenges we face in the media industry in Kenya is the issue of representation. And the representation happens within the newsroom, where when you look at the numbers of gatekeepers, we tend to have more men making key decisions or operating as newsroom managers or editors as opposed to women. When you go to issues like the content of what we produce, our work in general, we are talking about 24% of people read or heard about in news are women. When you go to sources, we are talking about 10%, 1 in 10. That's really, those numbers are quite low. But there are challenges that journalists face in general. Then there are challenges that women journalists face. And majority of the challenges that women journalists face are actually perpetuated by existing societal stereotypes. And that is why when we come to issues around the physical, creating a safe environment for women to operate in, we did a research in 2023 as Amwick to analyze the state of sexual harassment in the media. And that's not the first research. There was another one that was done in 2021 by Women in News in City London University, which revealed that there was 71% of harassment cases happening in the media. Now, Amwik did another research in 2023 that revealed about 60% of harassment happening, and the numbers that were affected were actually interns, which is very unfortunate. Now, the other finding from that research is that 69.5% of the respondents said they were not aware of policies in their respective newsrooms. And it also showed that 70% of the cases or the perpetrators went unpunished. So what I'm trying to say is we face a number of issues in the media industry, sexual harassment being one of them, issues of representation, issues of portrayal, issues of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And I'm also glad that Amwik has done another research on TFGPV, on women with public prominent lives, the journalists, the lawyers, the women politicians, which also reflects an environment that does not support the safety and security of women in the media. Another challenge that we've come about is the issue of mental health, and I'm glad that's an issue that is really coming up in this forum, and many other forums I've attended, that at least for the first time, we are taking seriously this matter of mental health. Because ultimately, when the journalist is not okay, then we do not even expect them to give us, to deliver adequately in terms of their expected roles. So these challenges, Maureen, the reason I say I also look at them as opportunities, because it has given us a chance to look inwardly as an industry. What is it that we can do better to ensure that we are creating an enabling environment for not just women, but for all our stakeholders to thrive? Now, one of them, of course, is the issue of policy. Many of our newsrooms do not have gendered policies, and they do not even practice gender mainstreaming. No, many organizations do not have, for example, sexual harassment policies. So in the event that an incident happens, okay, I'm trying to imagine, what happens to this journalist who has been harassed and they don't even know what to do? They don't even know which channel to report to. So there's a lot of frustration, but at the same time, there's an opportunity for media stakeholders, media owners, to clean our houses inwardly. Let's come up with transformative policies that can support issues of sexual harassment, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, mental health issues. Can we start? We can even start small. We need to find our low-hanging fruits, and even have, for example, offer psychosocial support. Just have a contact, of somebody who journalists can speak to. Alternatively, we can come up with medical policies and health insurance covers that can support our employees. Can we at least think about our employees? That is a challenge I'm throwing at all of us. And so I know we'll have an opportunity to speak some more, but at Amwik, what you're trying to do is get to the bottom of it. You're trying to understand exactly where these issues are. And so we are encouraging, there's a survey that we are currently circulating, and we are encouraging all women in the media to participate so that you can have your voice heard. Can you tell us exactly what is happening in your newsroom so that we have data? When we have data, then we're able to come up with proper interventions that is going to support the industry. But honestly speaking, I think as a media industry, we are very focused on highlighting issues that are affecting everybody, but rarely do we look inwardly and cast the spotlight to ourselves, look at what is affecting us, and come up with industry-based intervention that is going to ensure that we elevate our stakeholders, and therefore we support the society, because the society needs us, and we need the society.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Quinta, because you've touched a lot on even the way forward. And I just want to pose that question I was supposed to ask. I don't know how I'll formulate it, because there are around 2 questions for those who work in the newsrooms. Do you know any policy around gender in your newsroom, whether it exists or not, by a show of hands? Are you aware of any gender policy in your newsroom? I would be encouraged if I see at least one hand. So no one is aware? Okay, another question. Maybe this would be very personal, depending on where you work. Who has ever reported any case to manage harassment. Let me just put it harassment in the newsroom. Whether a man, whether a woman, please, gender is not all about women. Who has ever reported any case or knows of a case that has been reported? Anyone? So we are all good in our newsrooms, huh? Right? Tuko sawa? Tuko sawa? We have around 15 minutes, so I want to give each around 2 minutes to wind up, and then we open it up to you. So I want to set the tone or the conversation on how we want to go about it. Because if you are discussing gender issues, it means we still have problems, right? I know where I'm based in Mombasa, 85 to 90% of the newsrooms don't even have gender desks. Leave alone gender desks. Cases about gender are rarely reported, and when they are reported, they are targeting the victims. You can even see how they portray themselves on WhatsApp, professional WhatsApp platforms for journalists, and you realize this is a very bigger problem that we anticipate. So our last question. Who has ever interacted with a policy in your newsroom? This is different from the first one. Anyone? Who are the editors here? Do you have any editors? I think maybe we have any editors? Hey, just put your hand because there's a question for you. I'm seeing one editor. The senior guys in the rooms who have been bosses. Any other editor? Because I think there's a bigger problem that we need to be talking about. Because if the people that we entrust with getting us information do not have an idea of what policies we have in place, or even the fact that if there's a policy or not in that organization, already that is a problem. Allow me to just pass this mic as you prepare your final thoughts, and please don't forget your line on why you're here in the first place. Allow me to pass this mic to 3 people maximum. If you feel free to share about your experience as a journalist, as an editor in relation to this topic. So I want to start here because it seems we want to let the editors tell us why we don't have hands being lifted. Ni kama hawa watoto hawajui kama kuna policies. Maybe we don't have them. Tell us we don't have them.
Thanks, Maureen. We have, it's work in progress. Some media houses have embraced the policy, and this has been an ongoing discussion, especially in the newsrooms. And I know MCK has been very active in preaching this. Amweek has been in it. And where I personally worked, we worked with MCK and Amweek and Women in News to create a policy that also was embraced by HR to safeguard the spaces. But what was most important, that having the policy was not enough, is to create awareness and point out what this sexual harassment is. And not just see it as a discussion to make people aware, but also take action and create champions within the workspaces to say, because it is not about, it has been, the definition has always been about the girls. But this is also asking the men who are also victims. They are victims in various ways. Some of it is covered, some of it is very overt. So this awareness was important, having a policy, and the leadership in the newsroom took a position. A lot of it came through what we call, interns are the victims, because there was this feeling, and that this begins from institutions of training, that even when students are in college, they do not want to, they look for shortcuts that I can work my way. You remember the stories about sexually transmitted marks, or getting your grades on your back. That culture kind of seeps into the newsroom because of the competition for the fewer spaces. Somebody thinks, if I endear myself to the editor, to the person who is it's about power play, who can enable me to get a job, then I'm likely to do this. So it's a very deep embedded culture, but as Amweek has pointed out, it's not just a question of killing the profession, but it's also a criminal thing. There's a law that protects, and people have to speak out. That is what we encourage as editors.
Thank you. Editors are encouraging people to speak out. Please feel free to pass the mic to the last person. Yes, that one. And then, because there's something that has been said here, and I think it will be wrong if we don't give an opportunity to the youngsters in the house, in the newsroom, to just talk about it.
Good morning.
In short, I will say you've been accused. So Gen Zs in the house, please, you need to respond to that accusation, you guys. So any Gen Z who will respond after him?
Good morning.
We'll pass it to you.
Yeah, my name is Udiambo Lale. Sorry, I was not here yesterday. I'm a journalist, and now I've decided to do what's called biography. I'm now writing stories about books. I've been in the media for over 40 years, but this issue of that is being discussed is very close to my heart, because while as a nation, I work very hard in my own ways. The bureau chief and also the reporter about it. And then I was transit to an NGO that was specifically dealing with it. I think the issue now, because we've been talking about this topic for so long and writing stories about it, I think now we should go to the next level, and that is a number of media houses have gender policies. The question is the impact. Yes. Is it what do you call it? Is that a policy being used effectively by the victims or and the teams that matter? Because I know of one particular case that worked out very well thanks to the media and all this, of an editor who was accused of sexual harassment and was sent home, and that was there was no argument about it. And I think that was just an example of how the management can help in this campaign. So that's no longer just stories. A case is reported and we get action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olale. The mic is on the next table. And the way you are smiling, this must be very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Annabelle Obala. I am a recent graduate from Moi University, a journalist, and I've also interned at several media stations and a member of KCA. Now I want to respond to these policy and allegations like Ken from the Kenya Editors Guild. I say that we're supposed to speak about these things, but unfortunately, like, okay, for me, I've had an experience. I worked in a media house, but I'm not going to mention that name. Like, there was a time that I was in the office, and then there's this editor, sorry to say, but I think he was a bit old for me, and he was like, he wanted to grab my hands, like forcefully, wanted to hug me. Now I refused, and then
okay, thanks, Quinta. I wanted to start charging you because now, let's go to her.
Thank you, Maureen. I want to encourage the journalists in the house. I want to echo what my colleague has said. Please join the unions. And you know, in every union, there are rules to follow, there are guidelines. Sometimes you are required to subscribe at a fee. And I know sometimes it is difficult for journalists to just pay 2,000 or even 3,000 annually. So we encourage ourselves to join the unions. The unions will help us because from the discussion, it is open that some of the local media houses don't have those policies. So the unions come in to actually help us. The issue of sustainability, it's not about funding alone, depending on funding from the donors. We also encourage local resource mobilization at KCA and even in our own spaces in our media houses. We have social enterprises whereby we join SACCOs, we join Migandas among ourselves. Nowadays, we join those Migandas not to buy caps, tables. We join to empower ourselves financially. And through that, we are able to invest in knowledge more on financial management. You know, you can be putting your money on the table and you don't have financially that expert on finances to take care of that one. So we are investing more on financial literacy. Another thing is on sustainability is the membership, and that is the subscription fee that we are talking about. When we have those unions, we are required to pay maybe 3,000, 2,000 annually, and it helps to run those organizations. And among ourselves also, local resource mobilizations can also involve having harambes, calling each other to support one another in case of an issue so that we move forward. Lastly, collaboration, building more network and investing in knowledge is what matters. Sometimes it is very hard for journalists just to invest in more knowledge. That is very key. And the CSOs and the media people are very key. They're the custodian, they're the guardians of change. What I would like to encourage more, just we don't put a lot of rules to the CSOs, because sometimes in the media houses we lack content. Sometimes you can go to the station, hauna kitu ya kuambia msikilizaji. But through the CSOs, we have the CSOs who are experts on matters health. We have the CSOs who are experts on matters climate change. So at times it is a win-win situation. Apart from business, sometimes we can look at things and make it easier for them for the benefit of our audience and listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. And I think that is the point that we let Kiama tell us what they do in their spaces and how this can work in terms of sustainability.
Thank you very much. I think Maureen has set a very good basis for my final comments. And I want to use the analogy of the African traditional stool, or the triangle, if you wish, to say that in our sector, as I had begun earlier on, we are mainly at the front line, and we tend to forget ourselves until something happens, or until a particular age, and then we realize, hey, we didn't go the right direction. And so in terms of sustaining our career or sustaining our presence at the front line, either as media or civil society actors, I think Maureen has talked about building yourself, the personal brand. The brand carries you beyond the contracts that we get in our sector, because our sectors are very fragile. It's not permanent and pensionable anymore. You are on contract, is it? They can be renewed, they can be terminated, and some of us might be lucky, you might stay there longer than anybody else on contracts. But many of us are not that lucky, so it becomes very fragile. So the first thing is the personal brand. The personal brand will take you to the third quarter at 75 years. It will take you there. I have seen colleagues, especially in the media and even civil society, who we are still giving consultancies because they have built a personal brand of trust that they can deliver quality. I see our brother there, Komachetsi. He's still there, many years later. Because he has built a brand of trust. So anytime we need him to do some research, we have, there's no doubt, there's no talking about it, there's no thinking about it. He is there. That's the personal brand I'm talking about, and a good number of you have also done the same. That will carry you beyond the brown envelope. You know about the brown envelope?
Yes, we do, and you have one minute.
The brown envelope is just a sprint. It's not the marathon. It will keep you for a day. But in the civil society sector and in the media, I want to throw in these two words, or three words: the dignity of work, the dignity of labor. The brown envelope does not give you the dignity of labor. And it won't last you to the third quarter of 75 years. It won't take you there. Maybe 25, maybe 30, if you're lucky. And number two is the whole area of coming together in the sector. 24 years ago, the former Chief Justice, Dr. Willy Mutunga, was the Executive Director of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. At that time, most of his employees were activists who were former detainees. All right? And for being former detainees, their focus was saving this country and nothing else. Forgetting themselves, forgetting their families. And he realized that by the 15th of the month, They were coming for, is it called a salary advance? What is it called? Advance, yeah? And it became so frequent that he said, there's a problem here. Where are these guys taking their salary? And he decided to help them to set up a savings and credit cooperative within the human rights sector. Started with the employees of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. We are now over 100 members of various organizations in civil society. So, a good number of them, I think, are here. And what we do is, because we know each other very well, we've worked together for so long, we have a high level of trust among ourselves, right? And a good number of us have been able to build our lives around that marathon. You take some little money based on your salary, and you continuously build for, especially for retirement. Yeah? Of course, school fees, improving yourself by taking notes for education, but also looking at retirement, what will happen at that point. We have members who have been there for those 24 years. They have accumulated savings, kidogo from their contracts. Some of them have 4 million shillings in there, you know, that they don't want to take. They only come for dividends. They are no longer working, but they still get dividends every year, right? And they feel that they don't want to get out of it, not necessarily because of the money, but because of the social capital they have built around it, right? So it also comes with social capital. So for me, I think it's to encourage you. The third one, the third pillar of that triangle, or the stool, is structured partnerships between civil society and media. A good number of you depend on the little money we have to pay for airtime. When we appear on your radio show, you charge us 70,000. When we come to System TV, the last time I paid 600,000 for the breakfast show, 1 hour, which is not actually 1 hour, it's 30 minutes because of the adverts. Yeah, tunalipa bills. Yet I have paid for the show, but they're still adverts. So I would encourage you to come to us as civil society and tell us, these are our programs for the year as media. Then we put that in our budgets, in our planning. Right? And I said, we are beginning to have that discussion in Mombasa, where I am now for the last 2 years, where we are developing a partnership between some of the media houses and ourselves, so that when my team is doing the work plan for 2026, we know what your needs, you know what are our needs. So we do a structured partnership that lasts longer than the little money we have in civil society to pay for the TV shows or the radio shows. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
For the Human Rights Circle, it's called Huri Circle. We have our manager out there. You can talk to them if you need more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kiama. Actually, it's very difficult to cut you when you're talking about a very serious point. And I think it was important for the next go, because at that point of the discussion, we are discussing very critical and personal issues. So there's a way the creator happens to do his own things. So thank you so much for your reflections, and thank you for the very rich audience that we had here, because it can never be complete without all of us in these spaces. So there's a challenge that we all need to take up and grow in our different spaces. And I know we never have this conclusion, ya kwamba we are done, we still have these conversations, but at the end of the day, look at what to pick from here, how you grow going forward. So that is not another time we come here, we discuss the same issues, no way forward, no improvement, no growth for an individual. So asanteni sana, and I appreciate your time. I want to stand up, all of us, because most times we don't get such rich panels. So MP, mpiga picha, niliambiwa mnaitwa MPs. Please, we want to take this moment of fame to just take a photo with these guys. And we are sorry for taking about 15 minutes of your time for tea. We are very sorry, I apologize. Thank you so much.
Let us, as they sit down, let us give them one last round of applause. Hey, meza mbili ndio zina appreciate wenzetu. One round of applause. Good. Thank you so much. And finally, we have earned the ticket for our wellness outside just behind you. So carefully and in an orderly manner, let's enrich ourselves outside there. Karibuni chai. We will be back in 20 minutes for the next session. Very practical, very engaging session coming up. Karibuni sana chai.
Milka. Siku moja Milka alitembea kwa ofisi
That means your system is clean. So mtu akaniambia ninunue coffee itanipatia vitu.
Hasira za nini we Bwana? Hasira za nini we Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Yule si wako nami si wangu, chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Le 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 li le 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 li lo mama.
Two.
Hasira za nini we Bwana?
Check, everything is on.
Hasira za nini we Bwana?
1 2 2 2 2.
Kuniua bure Baba, wataka
1
kuniua
2. Sound check,
bure
1 2.
wako hayuko, kwangu hayuko.
1 2.
Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Le 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 li le 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 li lo mama. Hasira za nini we Bwana? Hasira za nini we Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Wewe una wako nyumbani nami nina wangu nyumbani, chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Nasema sina makosa we Bwana, sina makosa we Bwana. Aiyo, sina makosa we Bwana.
One, two, two. Two, two.
You know why? Those are, you know, people say.
1 2 2.
1,000 didn't have money, watch how they spend it.
Yes.
You will know if they are poverty mindset or wealth mindset. Mtu wealth mindset atenda kwanza buy kuku. Yuko na njaa. Anataka kusolve issue. It's not going back into the community. So what I mean is that I have a million every and say, oh, they just come. What I mean is that food, whatever is telling me, when the Bible says it is the God's gift for me to enjoy life. Actually, don't confuse you are a speaker. Confuse. I know why I'm saying like that. I came from Ulipata mahali kazi like him and make money. Hapa tu anaanza. And I'm working here that I was no, it's come better. But it's better. No, this can't be. But I know there's other people who are not people who are no, I mean, yes. Command money. Unajua COVID ilifanyia watu, iliamsha watu. Because COVID, it was taking people.
Check 1, 2.
Hello. Let's be back. Let us be back. Hello. We had agreed that we begin at noon. So let's settle down. If you still have your tea outside, kindly just bring it inside. Allow me to welcome the next panel discussions. Let me borrow this for a minute. Let's settle in. Okay, so allow me to introduce our next session. So our next session is going to be what we are walking into, elections. Trying to see how people are settling down. Let me bring this. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Hello. Tuingie ndani tafadhali. Hello. Tuingie ndani tafadhali. Tafadhali. Let's go back. As we take Hello, nyinyi nangoja ndani. Yes, elections inaanza. Elections. Kuja uone. To contest elections. Tutaka kuongea kuhusu elections. Good. Good. Now we have almost full house. So let's see. Sasa mkienda lunch late msiblame mtu. Ni sisi tunajiblame. Raise your hand if you can hear me. That volume is too high. Raise your hand if you can hear me. I want to see Raise your hand, your right hand, your right hand. Let's see those who know left and right. It's only one side. This other side, ama nisonge huku. Ah, good. Now we are together.
Hello. Hello. I'm temporary moderator in place of Kowegi. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, clap twice. Yeah. Caleb. Hello. Kevin and Tim. Okay. Hello. Yes. And I'm just taking this briefly to acknowledge all of you who have come here. We know a number of stakeholders who have come from different organizations. And then I also just want to take the chance to indicate that we have a delegation from the French Embassy in Nairobi. Roman and Bena? Okay, there they are. Yeah, they were not able to make it yesterday, but here they are today. They are part of our partnership and support us within this arrangement. We are happy to have you. Karibu sana. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I think on the same footing, I know we didn't recognize them, but IEBC was also represented here yesterday, but then they've not made it for the session today. Now I want to welcome us to the next session, overview of elections, prepared. I thought people would be angry, but they are saying DJ for president, 2-term. Maybe sasa unajua what you should be playing. Bana leta mchanganyiko. Thank you. Now that is on standby. When DJ, when you see us probably beginning to sleep, weka hiyo. So we are going to get into our next panel discussion, which will be moderated by Daktari Wambua Kawive. Yesterday we said that we must recognize academic accomplishments. So it's Wambua Kawive, PhD, not medical doctor. Overview of elections, preparedness, legacy, and digital media as critical players in driving change and accountability. So allow me to welcome Dr. Kawive to take charge of the next plenary discussion. Karibu sana. Let's welcome him as he comes.
Thank you so much, Owegi. Good afternoon, taxpayers. Good afternoon, taxpayers. Hapa kuna tax eaters. Sioni. They usually look different. So, why I call you taxpayers is because you either willingly or unwillingly, unwittingly or wittingly pay your taxes, but you don't keenly follow on what happens afterwards. Na ukinipea 100 hapa utaanza kutangazia kila mtu. So you need to start talking about your taxes. So I've been given or I've been asked to facilitate a session on electoral preparedness. I don't know why that was the case. Because electoral preparedness. How many times have we had elections in this country? Count. More than Anybody knows 15 times? 14 times? And all these times, from the first time to the last time, we punctually go to elections on the 5th year, right? Agreed? Kubali, do you agree? And what happens in the elections? We elect the same people or their brothers or their sisters or their family members. True or not? So we elected on day one people who had stolen the fight for independence. On the second one, we elected the same people who calibrated or whatever themselves to look different. And now I'm being told to facilitate a discussion on elections when we have done the same thing every time for 14 times. And we expect to get a sober discussion. Unaona vile kazi yangu ni ngumu. Kwa hivyo naomba munisaidie. And my question is, why should we even discuss elections when, even right now as we are speaking, at the national platform, we are being given, or we are discussing as a country, the options between two groups. One group of wezi, another group of thieves.
Wezi in waiting.
No, they are different. Wezi and thieves, they are very different. But those are the options that we are discussing nationally, in the media, in our homes. Even now, if you go to Mbeere, is it Mbeere North? You will find there is one group of, and the other group of, and now you want us to discuss elections, isn't it? Good. And we are the owners of the narrative in the media and in the civil society. So, be it as it may, then we have to hold the discussion, because anyway, we will vote. We are busy mobilizing the Gen Z to take votes, or so I was told. And the options that they put on the table of saying, let us drain the swamp. Clearly we did not take it, because the swamp eco and the same swamp dwellers, the swamp dwellers are still in the swamp. And that is where we are heading. So allow me to ask the following people to join me in this panel, experts in this field. Allow me to welcome Mule Musau. Mule Musau is the leader of ELOG. Mpigie makofi. Ameongea elections kutoka hapa mpaka Odoba. Anafanya PVT huko ELOG, Elections Observation Group. Anafanya PVT, alafu hiyo PVT na agree na IEC. Has it ever disagreed? I don't know. Haya. Pigia tena bwana mwingine makofi hapa ambaye ni mkubwa wa elimu jamii, ambaye alianzisha mtindo wa political education, elimu ya kisiasa katika elimu ya jamii, ambaye anaitwa Abubakar Said kutoka EFA. EFA wataniambia nikisema Education for Africa. Unasikia? Political, unazaa iwekwe PEFA, Political Education for Africa. Alafu kuna dada ambaye pia ni kinara wa elimu jamii, ambaye anafanya kazi na shirika la uraia, anayeitwa Ellen Obande Mudora. Ellen Mudora Obande. Mpigie yeye makofi. Kama wewe unafanya kazi na media na civil society, lazima ujue Ellen, because if you don't know Ellen, you are in a lot of trouble. Ellen, wacha na salamu. Kuja bwana. Kuja, njoo kuno. Ellen Obande works for uraia. And then my brother Owino Opondo, who is a media consultant. Owino, yawa. He's a media consultant. I will not ask you the questions. So, they will help us in this discussion. Basically, what we want to discuss is what is our electoral fairness? What is our legacy? Is these elections of 2027, hello? These elections of 2027, will it be different? Or are we just wasting our time? Is there need for observing elections at all? Or do we know the results? So even if we observe, we will observe nothing because they'll do what they want to do. And even if we say whatever we say, it will be for nothing. Why discuss elections if we cannot impact on elections? That is the question that I'll put to you at the end. So, but let's ask this gentleman here and lady a question. Abubakar, can you tell us what role do you think civil society and the international community should do in elections? Civil society, media is part of civil society.
Mm-hmm.
What role should we play in these elections?
Thank you very much, Kawive, and kwa hiyo swali ya uchokozi. I think the civil society and the media have a major role to play. But just to start off, a quick question. Do you know how many security features ziko kwa ballot paper yetu ya Kenya? How many security features are in a ballot paper?
Which
a
one?
wild guess. Hata ya president, whichever, MCA, how many security features? A wild guess?
Atujui.
Ningepatia na niko na 30 bob. Okay, so okay, jaribu, go ahead. 4. Hiyo ni Sierra Leone. In fact, Sierra Leone ni 3. Iko na 2 watermark, una ile watermark iko kwa MSWord and serial number. Jaribu ingine. You're not a Kenyan. 2. Okay, so jaribu tena. Ghana iko na 6. Na Ghana is the benchmark, at least in Africa. So Kenya we have 11, right? 11. So it's like a note. Okay, it's like a currency. What does it say? It says that we have a lot of mistrust amongst ourselves. Such that a ballot paper is like a currency note. It even has something it's a French word. So there's a French embassy here. So if I mispronounce into a guilloche, guilloche. Guilloche, it's have you seen the things like webs in a note? So that's so that you cannot be able to photocopy it. You can microprinting. So it has a lot of features. So where am I going with this? So we have a lot of mistrust. So why the mistrust? Okay? Because we do not follow the laws. So as civil society and media, what we can do is this. Can we start by holding this the IEBC and the different players accountable in terms of how they plan their things? So for example, when you look at IEBC, Dr. Kawive has talked about preparedness and logistical planning. This has been always there. Every time it's like, so first we don't have the money as IBC. We don't have money to print even voter education material. We do not have resources for civic and voter education, right? So as media and civil society, can we now go deep and ask, why doesn't the commission, why doesn't it have the money? Who has the money, all right? And when they get the money, how do they use the money? So that I see that's the role we can be playing, asking those hard questions. And since now also the digital space is very conducive for us, we can make sure we utilize it very well. Okay, and then something else we can also do is also just check about the impartiality and operational independence. Are these people really impartial? So as media and civil society, these are the things we should be doing. Check if really ABC is impartial as it's supposed to be and independent, okay? And then of course, we can also look at other players. So the government, the executive sana, they misuse state resources, especially for the campaign. Of course, it has been going on and on and on. Now, can we think of innovative ways to really check on that? Shame them, and of course, call them to book. Why are you using public resources to campaign, right? So again, I see this as being the work of media and civil society, okay? And then, of course, even we can also look at the security agencies, okay? So what is their role really? Do they now play the role of intimidating people, taking sides, protecting different political candidates, and leaving others? Are they part of the violence? So the point is, we expose if there are any bad things. Of course, if there are positive things, we can also show that. And then, again, this can be specifically for the media. I think you should also hold us as civil society to account. Are we really independent? And are we neutral in our work? You see, there is the issue of non-partisanship and there's the issue of neutrality. So when we do our work in terms of civic education and voter education, what are we really doing? Because if you don't hold us to account, we'll just continue to misbehave. So let me stop there.
No. Before you stop, I'm looking for the new thing you have said, and I can't find it. Because what you are saying are basically historical and political challenges that you have experienced over time. And the question I asked earlier is, are we going to do 2027 the same way we have done before? Because if we are going to do that, there's no point. Civic education on the number of, on the ballot, holding people to account and all that, the vote still gets stolen. The reason why we mistrust the voting process is because we cannot control the way it happens, the way campaigns happen, and the way the vote is counted. So what do we do? Civil society and media, what new thing do we do? How do we manage those challenges of
I know the team will add. My point is was to highlight the pain points and make sure we expose them. Because, again, if you don't expose them, in fact, the question is, why are we still in the same position? What do we need to do differently? So for me, I was thinking, the more we expose them and we ask, why don't you change, we'll know. Because some of the things are actually institutional. So, for example, the fact that IBC really maybe is struggling with the money. So maybe if we expose and really, make sure that whoever is responsible to either release the money or to ensure that this thing is operational, is held to account, is pushed to the wall, it can help at least up to there. So I'll let the rest of the team also to contribute. Thank you.
Remember, now in Mbeere, young people are being mobilized by their friends and being told, tunapeana 1,000 per rally. So ukikuja ground, uchukue nduthi na watu wanne, mwende around the 4 rallies, mtapata kila mtu 4K. That is 16,000. That is the mathematics doing around on the ground. Okay? And if there are like only 4 constituencies or 5 and 3 or 7 wards, and we can't manage those ones, will we manage 2027?
It will be tricky.
It will be tricky. Ellen, why is the civil side and the media unable to do that work that Abu has defined? Or what happens when they do it? Why is it not effective? Is it because they don't have money to do it, or is it because they have allegiances elsewhere? Or is it because they never really get prepared? Muller will tell you that he gets money to deploy observers a month to the elections. And then observation, ile tag ya IBC unapeangwa the night before the elections. So what is this about preparedness? What do we do?
Okay, thank you very much. I think what you are describing is the fact that election is not an event. It's not 2027. Elections are a cycle. So we should have a budget for elections that runs from the what vote tarehe sir? 9th of August.
The second Tuesday,
of August. From that second Wednesday, the next election cycle begins. And there's never a time we've done that. IBC does not have a budget that can run throughout the election cycle. We should be having voter registration every day because there's someone turning 18 every day. So if we don't get people, right now we are having issues with IDs. The young people are having issues with IDs. So definitely their registration, even as voters, has been impacted by lack of IDs. But I was going to say that if we do the election cycle approach, if we attempt to do the election cycle approach, maybe the next cycle would be better. But already now we are already 2 years into the next cycle, so we are already late. Number 2, you will find electoral laws being changed in the last minute. Remember, even in 2022, on the eve of voting, there was a court-provided direction on how the election will be conducted tomorrow. And already IBC had done its plan the way it had. So that's impacted some of the things. So I know there have been this, we had this advice, I remember from Kofi Annan, that we need to stop changing laws at a certain point so that we move the laws the way they are until the next cycle. But our political leaders are always changing the laws. Look at how many bills do we have now changing? Amendment bill number this, amendment bill number this. You can't even keep track of what they are changing. Yeah? So and then I feel that we have also left up, and I said that yesterday in another convention. As a country, we have to claim back our space, we have to claim back our power. We have given politicians all the power. Because even the nomination of commissioners to IEBC, it is the politicians who decide. We didn't have commissioners for, I don't know, 2 years, just because 2 political classes are not agreeing on something. And until they agree, then IEBC can be put in place. So already, even when we put that commission in place, allegiance is to who? Could be the political class again. So we must take away, and I remember the Constitution says, we have the legislature, let politicians do their work. We have professionals, and that's why we had independent commissions. And independent commissions did not need politicians. They needed professionals to provide oversight to the legislature. But now it's a mishmash. When they fail elections, we found ways of putting them into commissions. So it has become a club. Their members are everywhere. Wako kwa commission, wako kwa judiciary, wako wapi, wamejipanga. We need to get our power back. Have a meeting, an engineer comes, a doctor comes, nobody ataenda kuongea na huyo daktari. But wait, an MCA rides here with a whatever car. Kila mtu amekimbilia MCA. So as a country, we've gotten it wrong. Why is it that the political class is the only people in this country who can decide their salaries, who can do everything? And the media, I have something to ask you. Why is it that every morning, it's politicians who are talking to us? Kwani hao peke yao ndio wako na knowledge? Every breakfast show you go to, it's a senator, it's an MP, it's... Kwani sisi wengine hatuna knowledge? Nani wanaume?
Okay.
So, I've become emotional. Okay. So, what I'm saying is, as media, we have to hold people to account. We have all the key actors like IEBC, we have the political ORPP. We have to hold them to account. Ebu angalia kutoka 2022, wangapi wamecross from their political parties to other parties and to other formations, and they're still holding those seats. Mule, I thought hizo seats zingekuwa declared vacant. Immediately you cross and start supporting the vision of another party. You should go back for an election so that people can elect you now on the new vision. So that accountability, kuna mahali tumekosea. We don't reach the end. We don't reach the end. So we have to hold our leaders to account.
Okay. No. I just told her that unajua Ellen amekasirika juu ya hapa. But I want to ask you and I'm not putting you on the hot seat. Yes. You are in the development partner circles. tell me which development partner has supported which media house or which CSO to do electoral work over the last 2 years. I'm not asking directly about Uraia, but of course I'm asking about Uraia. So then that we can say, we have failed, yes, but we have failed because we don't have money, or we have failed, yes, and there is an opportunity for us to improve on that one. Do you know anybody who is funding civil society and media to do electoral work?
Yes. I want to say that, for example, USAID had very huge funding on elections and democracy. It was one of the biggest funders on elections and democracy. And
they are collapsed now.
And they are collapsed now. So that also means there will be less funding available. We have the British through the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office who are actually funding us right now to do issue-based politics and elections. Non-as citizens, a lot of time, we do what? We choose somebody because of our ethnicity. We choose somebody because it's a personality. Ukiangalia politics, it's around personality. And number 3, we also, the voter bribery. So now we are saying, as a country, can we move and do issue-based? Like, what are the issues this person is bringing to the table? And we do this through those town hall meetings. Kama sasa kuna by-elections next week. I know in the counties where we are doing this, like Baringo, Nairobi, and Mombasa, they are having town hall meetings where those who are going to vie next week come and tell their citizens what is their agenda for their citizens. And then after that, you can hold them to account.
So some work is happening, it's not a lot. But then...
But I have not answered your question. In terms of funding, one, we should also, as a country, why, Kwanzaa elections, people say we don't want funding from out because it interfere in elections. That's what they say. That's why we don't have many development partners putting their money in elections, because as a country we say that is interfering with our sovereignty. But the country is not also putting enough money to this process. Civil society in South Africa are partly funded by the government, especially during COVID. During COVID, as long as you comply, umelipa taxes zako na kwa NGO board uko sawa. Imagine the government was giving civil society money to pay for their administrative costs. So what we are saying, is it difficult for a country? We are also Kenyans. We don't have to be funded from outside. We need to be funded internally. But I want to thank the Gen Zs because they have shown you can contribute money from ourselves and do our thing.
Mpigie Ellen makofi. Kwa sababu she has studiously refused to answer my question. That's why you clapped for. But it's okay, Ellen. I know the thing about being put on the hot seat. Owino. Ellen has put a lot of pressure on media house twice. And media houses, there's a time that media houses at a tallying center, then they pulled it down. There's a time that media was able to cover quite a bit of the elections, and then they were told not to cover. Does the media have, I will use a word, then you forgive me. Does it have the backbone to support its own drive to elections monitoring and tallying?
Good question, Dr. I would want us to begin by defining concepts. Because if we don't do that, we are plowing in vain. Let's define what the media is. Because many times we meet here, what is this homogeneous entity called the media? So we start from there. Are they all avenues for purveying information to the public? What are the parameters for defining what the media is? Is there anybody with a notebook running downtown, scribbling things called part of the media? I leave that to you to ponder. Are the media having maybe the financial and the mental firepower for properly monitoring elections? This is the good news. I chaired the tallying center for Nation Media Group. I will let you know that no media house should pretend to have the capacity to tally. That thing is serious. It's very heavy. No media house should pretend to have the capacity to tally election results, because they are dropping all over all the time, and the entire system crashed, and we looked very silly. That's number one. Number two, when we are looking at elections as it were, and I agree with the fellow panelists who said elections are not an event. They are a series of things. Where I sit from the media standpoint is that for the media in this country to cover elections properly and adequately, they must read the following documents. Number one, that Article 2 defines what we call sovereign power, isn't it? Are being enjoyed through two ways. One, directly or indirectly through elected. So therefore, elections are one of the ways of allowing the public to exercise sovereign power. And therefore, elections are very important. Number two is that we must understand the electoral cycle. Many times, media, if I use that general term, and journalists come there just to respond to what politicians are saying about elections. Yet there is so much to look at when you look at the cycle. And you look at the the Bill of Rights. I'm speaking to Article 32 in terms of enjoying political rights. What should we do? And by the way, I was asking this at a conference last week. Why are Kenyans too ambitious? Who tells you there will be elections in 2027?
In 2027?
Yeah. In 2027, who tells you?
Okay.
You are being too ambitious. Let me pour water on your ambitions. Because he said somewhere that too much ambition breaks a man and too little takes him nowhere. Let me tell you, this country is being too litigious, and I was posing this to some senior managers of IBC last week. You look at Article 82 that talks about what should be done in terms of elections. In terms of Article 88, the powers of IBC, which includes boundary delineation. How come we are not talking about it? And if someone just took IBC to court, that you are not going to conduct elections because you've not conducted boundary delineation, then there will be no elections 2027. This ambition must be tethered with some bit of legal reality. Are we talking about these things? The pending matters that IBC must commit before elections. But let me make you happy that we now must address things as the media from a point of knowledge and looking at the constitution and the electoral laws. All right? And I'm glad with my fellow panelists who talked about people jumping parties and no one is questioning. All right? The other thing is that we must now start questioning intentions of politicians. Politics about interests. All right? There was a lot of hula-baloo last week about how one side was planning to attack another side in Bere North. And the media was going, isn't it? Not knowing that one political side was baiting IBC, for example, and not knowing that one side was preparing. And by yesterday, media were covering how the party that had claimed there were plans to disrupt their functions was actually conducting door-to-door. And no one is going back, hello, what happened to your fears, isn't it? So we cannot afford to be conveyor belts for politicians and claim to be media. And remember, that goes back to my first question. What is media anyway? So yes, back to concluding what you had asked is that the whole aspect of conducting elections and actually announcing election results is a very, very elaborate exercise, right? Falling short of having media people at every polling stations. And which media are we talking about? A media that is suffering under the albatross of wage bill woes, a media that is retrenching. I'm told my former company retrenching on 12th. So they don't have the capacity, but they may attempt to. Now, what do they do as I conclude? They have to continuously work with the civil society. Yes? they have to continuously work with the civil society. But before they engage with the civil society, I know I'll not be fair to some of you here, they must also scrutinize the so-called civil society to know who stands for what, and we vouch for the efficacy of the functions, because some of them may be embedded with even IBC and the government.
Okay, I am sure from looking at your faces, nobody has got stones. And so you are safe, Owino. This guy, Owino has just said media houses are conveyor belts of politicians. Did you hear that? And then civil society has got more interests with IBC, with whoever, than the interest for public good. Wow. Okay, you prepare your questions. Now, I can't give you another hint. Mole. ELOG Elections Observation Group has been doing, I said earlier, PVTs for the last, I don't know how many times, and all of them have agreed with the IBC. But be it as it may, Mule, do you see ourselves going into the elections in 2027 having any form of preparedness that will give us incisive, precise, and factual information? Or are we going to do hallelujah? Which one?
Thank you, Daktari. It's the first time I've called you Daktari, so it's acknowledgement of your fate. Congratulations. Before I answer that question, I'm also hasten to say that I'm seated in this panel with the founder members of ELOG. So that there is you put a caveat into all the issues about ELOG. That is one of the members of ELOG. This is another, and that's another. So they are all here. I'm actually their baby.
More or less, some things you don't say.
So it's important to say this so that when you're taking flack, I'm taking flack with everybody. But thank you also, I think put some perspective into the story about elections, especially in terms of the discussion around being realistic about our electoral processes. So let me answer your question this way. One, I'll come to the answer last. I want to expound much more on what Owino said, and I think they're my other panelists, that we need to look at the elections in a very realistic way. The work we have done in ELOG in terms of collecting data and collecting information since 2010 allows us to have some perspectives around what is happening in our elections. There are a number of issues. There are core issues that we have identified over time about there's always a question around the election management. Have we faced it in this particular term? Yes, IBC has just been reconstituted. 2 years and plus, we never had an IBC. It is expected to be a permanent platform or agency. Is there an opportunity cost by Kenyans not having an IEBC for over 2 years? That's something to ponder about in terms of how does that impact preparedness for the next election. You can go back over the years. You'll find there's always been an issue to do with election management and the conduct of elections in all our elections. The question of fraud, one of the most prevalent fraud or electoral offenses in the country is something called voter bribery, which nearly every village in this country knows, partakes in, they identify with. I know places in this country where it's campaign time, people don't even go to the farms because the farms are found in the shopping centers. And that's a culture issue. We have the question of costs of elections. We are having the most expensive elections in this country in terms of both supply and demand. In terms of the IBC and the budgets that they are running around with, 61 billion and others, and then the money for you to participate in that election as a candidate is also exorbitant, amongst the highest in the world. It's an issue we have refused to deal with. Technology came, technology became a problem. It's supposed to be a problem solver. It remains a kind of a black box. We are still not understanding it. Now we're in AI. And somehow AI will be part of the process. Maybe if the elections happen, as Awino was alluding to, in 2027, we'll have AI. There's a question of voter education and voter registration. Very key and important issues. In fact, if I was to be asked, one of the biggest problems we have with our elections is the lack of enough voter education. And not just voter education for the citizens, but enough election education for even technical people like the media and civil society. I don't think they have enough. We keep, and that's one of the reasons why Awino is saying we are becoming purveyors, or their civil society, we cannot be trusted in terms of these processes, or we're in bed with IEBC. It's because we are not understanding the role we are supposed to be playing, or understanding the rules of the game and what is being played in those games. So I think we need to ask ourselves quite a number of issues. And then lastly, our politics, the bad-mannered politics. That is the one that we are embedding our electoral processes in. Elections are a culture thing. You know, every country has a way they go about their elections. In Gambia, for instance, they still use what you call marbles. They don't use a ballot box, a ballot paper, sorry. They use a marble, bano, to cast their votes. And they have refused to go to ballot papers. They had a referendum, I think, in 2021, and they said, let's use what we know. It's a culture thing. You decide what you want. You decide how you go about it. So if you're embedding it on a political system which has bad manners in it, then the election process is going to be a bad-mannered one. And that's why issues about impunity, breaking of laws, those late changes of the law, as has been alluded, is a culture thing. We are sitting on a NADCO bill now, which in one of the proposals, they're supposed to be putting a sunset to the legal reforms to cap it around 18 months before an election, which means by February next year, if that bill ought to pass through, by February of next year, we are not supposed to be having any further legal reforms on the elections which will happen in 2027. And even if they do happen, they should not affect then that election. That's one of the issues Parliament is still sitting on, and nobody is asking about that. And he's talked about boundary review. Again, we have the report from 2012. We know there were 27 constituencies which were barred from participating in the next elections after the boundary review because they did not meet the threshold. We are still having a conversation around it. Again, the NADCO proposals in Parliament, which have not been passed, propose a particular framework. That is yet to be agreed upon, and that's going to be very emotive. So there's a host of issues that we may need to discuss. But to the question about 2027 and how then we need to prepare ourselves. So first, we need to take stock of all that I've said and design a pathway that will address a lot of those issues. That means we must be attendant to all the election. You know, the election management bodies is not just IBC. IBC is just one election management body. The judiciary is an election management body. The police is an election management body. Parliament is. So all these actors include the ORPP, the PPDT, and to some extent the political parties, because when you think about it, they are the main actors in an election. How much attention are we paying to these issues? So we need to organize ourselves, media, civil society, because we are focus areas. We need to try and consolidate all the information that we can be able to get about all these actors, what they are planning to do, and the kind of calendars that they have, so that we can all put our heads together and design a pathway, like I said. One of the beautiful things as I end, Daktari, is that the conversations I've been having right now, especially with the Gen Z, there is a possibility, and I like what Owino said in terms of the media not having the capacity to be able to do tallying. Because in 2022, we called actually the Kenya Union of Journalists, we called quite a number of people and tell them, can we all put our heads together to do the tallying? Because I don't think there is any of us. Why ELOC does the PVT is because we can't go to 46,000 polling stations. Just training one observer costs me around 30,000 shillings. Multiply that by 50,000 stations that you're going to be having. That's over 150 million. It's a lot of money. So we need to put our heads together. The Gen Zs are thinking of coming up with apps, with ways in which they can be able to have volunteers across the country. I've still told them we're going to have around 53,000 polling stations. We have to think about how then we're going to get ourselves into these spaces and do real-time tracking, especially the counting process. and the results dissemination process, so that there could be alternative pathways independent of the IEBC that we can be able to use to be able to confirm the information that comes through. So I think that's a good point to leave it at, but it's still something, a lot of work has to be done for us to be able to realize it. Thank you.
You're basically, Mule has basically just said, you guys, you can discuss as much as you want, but the die is cast. Mtapangwa, mkae tu hapo. No, in summary, basically. And when this guy talked about somebody going to court to say there should be no elections because there is no boundaries delimitation. Now that one I had forgotten. I'm being sincere here. How many of you had remembered it? How many of you, oh, there's only one person, so you are the only, no, you are late raising your hand. So the challenge from the panelists is that as sectors, as the civil society, as media, the work is known. Because you see, if you listen carefully, all the panelists agree on the key sticking points for electoral sanity in this country. But there are no framework for doing it. I think the most solid one that I have had is the Gen Z preparing to help us. That's the only solid one. So media, mkae kando, civil society, mkae kando, because this election is done and dusted. But now, let's not ask them to talk anymore. They have talked for 24 minutes and 30 seconds from my count. Let's take the stage and either ask questions or make proposals or make comments, and we will only take the comments for only 1 minute. 1 minute is how many seconds? 60 seconds. Ukipita hapo na kusimamisha. Tukubaliane kwanza. 60 seconds because we have got very many views. Ask questions. So we have number 1 there. Number 2, the gentleman here. And the lady, you can share, both of you. Number 3, there is a gentleman in black there. We'll take number 3. Number 4, the guy who does not have a voter's card. Apple. Number 5, the gentleman here. Number 6, the gentleman sitting right in front of me. And number 7, my sister at the back. So we take those ones first. And number 8, I know you, the way you are shaking your head and your hand at the same time, you are like, you, if you don't see me, I'll deal with you. Me, I don't want problems. So let's go. 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Odhiambo Jiro. Based on what is happening, it is evident that election has been reduced to a mere legal ritual. And my question is, must we go for elections?
Thank you.
And the second question is, a lot of work is being done by civil society like ELOG and the IBC in terms of civic education, how to vote. Why are we not putting effort on political education, the value of our vote? Who is fooling who? Who is fooling who?
Thank you. Thank you. Number 2.
Hello, good morning. Oh, good afternoon. It's on.
Yeah, it's okay. I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Or I can shout? No. Okay, my name is Nelly Nyadzua. My question is about the funding. Why do we have the foreigners funding our elections in Kenya? What are their interests? Like, what is the catch?
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Olale, Odhiambo Olale again. I think I have 2 questions. Number 1 is electoral preparedness. Media is fully involved in this thing, but most media houses will hire staff on the eve of the election, just like IEBC. Are we serious about really monitoring the election? Because after that, you find the mass layoffs. Then number 2, Kenyan election is very expensive. And we even told that we have how many, 11 security marks on that, on the ballot card. But we still don't trust it. So are we, and meanwhile we spend a lot of money, and we have foreigners who are coming as foreign, what do you call it, election monitors. The last time we had an election, we were told by one of the party leaders that the election observers did not do a good job, and the courts confirmed the same, and that's why that presidential election was nullified.
Thank you.
The question is this: are we going to continue going through this ritual of having these meetings here? Election come, then the next thing is somebody is declared, like we saw in Tanzania. Even everybody has said, election observers have said this election is not free and fair, and then work goes on. Or are we just going to be part of the ritual as media and civil society? What else can we do?
Oh, we know that is your question. Who was number 4? Please let's just follow the order. Number 4. Yeah, no, you are the one. Kwamchesi, yes.
Okay. My question is for my colleague Owino Pondo. My name is Kwamchesi. I am just interested in the elective incompetence on the part of both civil society and media. There are open source programs for doing tabulation and calculations, and why were they not used to help us calculate the numbers for the election the last time?
Thank you. Gentleman here. I think I got the number. Your number? Number 5. Okay, we'll have 2 number 5s. It's okay. It's about elections. We can always elect 2 number 5s. Are you number 5?
Yeah.
Thank you. Then we come to you.
Okay, good morning. My name, all right, good afternoon. You know, we are in different longitude, so here is still morning. Okay, my name is Meshak Sisenda, and I'm more curious on electoral preparedness, and I would like to know how can electoral preparedness plan integrate real-time support for persons, voters with disability, especially those in rural areas and counties, marginalized counties, and also what shared data system provide evidence when it comes to polling station readiness and accessibility gaps, and also incident affecting voters with disability. Thank you.
Ni kujibu hiyo umeuliza. Hiyo kitu umeuliza ni mzuri sana, but it is a dream. IEBC has got no framework, it doesn't have money, they don't have a law providing for that, so they never put money into it. It's a reality. I mean, it's a very bad answer I've given you, but it's the reality. Aya.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Wasonga. I'm a reporter. I work with the company that Owino Pondo used to work with. First is a clarification. I had Daktari Kivuv, Daktari here. Yes, saying that asking if people have taken voters cards. I don't think the requirement for registering as a voter, the requirement, a voter's card is not one of the requirements for one to vote. The requirement is identification document, your ID or your passport. So what is happening now is people are just registering. 2, I want to help my senior and my teacher, not help, but I want to participate in his definition of media. Media should not be a conveyor belt. Media in the current dispensation should be interpreted or analytical. You don't just take information from a politician and purvey it, or rather write it in a newspaper or broadcast it. Analyze what the implication of what that politician has said.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The lady at the back, and then we come to you.
Hello.
Meruka huyu, lakini tuende hapo, tukuja hapa alafu tukuja kwako. Sawa.
My name is Topista Nabusoba, and I just wish to comment about IEBC. It's been said here that election is a process not an event. But in this country, an election, I think it's an event. And I've been wondering why we have an IEBC that draws resources from the taxpayers' money, because then perhaps they should only be open during a certain cycle of the election cycle, because then they are very active during an election, and after that we don't hear them. And even when it comes to the funding, I know that IEBC has sometimes funded, they have funded voter education and in media houses, but only comes just before elections. Shouldn't we have voter education throughout the election cycle, so that it's just part of a bigger discussion of good governance, and not just a standalone, so that it is part of that discussion in the media and even in other forums of good governance. Then the issue of media, it's been said that perhaps media doesn't have the capacity to tally, yeah. Yes. And I think there was an effort by media to do the tallying. It failed. Is it that they don't have the capacity, or they are infiltrated by some unseen forces? Because I know that KBC was tallying elections, and it went very well, until at a certain time when they posted results that showed a certain candidate with more votes, and then the results were pulled down. But Kenyans are very fast. The Gen Zs are so fast. They had screenshot the post and shared it. Unfortunately, because it was a digital news, the person who posted the news was actually removed. I think she was, I can't say sacked because, but she was removed.
Thank you, thank you,
and
thank
then,
you.
On election, on the culture of our electoral processes, like you said, Gambia have, they have a certain culture, which we all do. But haven't we allowed certain cultural practices to creep into like certain dishonest practices to creep into those cultures? Perhaps that's what we need to get rid of.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Here, the gentleman here. Huyo mtu ambaye alikuwa removed kutoka kwa sababu ya kufanya hiyo kazi, na unajua yeye alikuwa anafanya, alitumiwa akaweka na akakuwa removed. Alipeleka kesi kwa FIDA ama kwa KHRC. Story lisha. So you have no motivation as a media personality or as a media participant to even do the right thing. Hey, boy.
Okay, thank you. My name is Philip Maina. Let me speak as a politician, but
as a politician?
I'm an MCA, so I understand what goes on around that space. I want to say two things. First of all, before we talk, I want to agree with the first speaker, Mr. Odhiambo, who said these are ritual. We've turned our politics into a ritual. Just after 5 years, we enjoy going out to the campaigns, and then repeat the same after 5 years. And I'll say this, first of all, is about the issue of the budget to IBC. The issue of voter registration budget, I don't take it as a big issue, because this country would heal that by one, registering people at the time of picking your ID. That should have been made mandatory, and if the civil society can help and the media escalate this discussion, so that people, when immediately you pick your ID, you also register as a voter. The cost will go down. because we do not really register older people who have had IDs for years and have never registered. Because anyway, with the 22 million voters in the last election, only 15 million turned up to vote. So why waste money to mobilize other older people to go and register as voters? The second issue, it's a ritual because I'm looking at the qualification of the politicians. You're blaming the voters for being bribed. And I'm an MCA who sits and wonder why we have allowed for an MCA qualification just to have an ID. And the society is very happy with it. We rejoice about it. And this is Parliament can actually enact laws to force, because it was actually proposed at one point and nobody pushed it because the civil society and even ILOG or whatever decided, since it was not at a campaign time, they are quiet and maybe we shall hear about it towards 2027. That will start reviving that discussion, because this should have been a continuous conversation. People should have gone to school to even obtain a diploma to qualify for some seats. But you've let it and we shall discuss it in August 2027. Another issue is about follow-up of the findings we get during the election observation. I'll give a very easy example. During the last election, statistically it was very close to call, and it, to my thinking and many others, the decision to postpone the elections in Mombasa and Kakamega, nobody has ever given us a proper reason why that happened. The civil society has never discussed it after the tallying at Bomas. Everything went quiet. But if somebody had just gone back to ask what actually happened in Kakamega and Mombasa to postpone that election, at least we would have understood where the problem was, so that we heal it in 2027. It doesn't happen. And finally, this issue of the problem in Kenya actually is about those who count the votes, not even the preparedness. People are already aware what they need to do in the elections. You know what people want to vote for, those with IDs, those with degrees. But the issue of tallying, I don't know if the Treasury CS can convince us that we still need to have money to have another tallying center for IBC if they cannot give us the right results of what we voted for at the polling stations.
And the minor and others case of what time was it put has got very clear instructions on what constitutes the final vote and where the tallying should happen. But nobody ever listens to that. My sister, the last person to speak, and then we will ask you to make short responses. And we know particularly there is the question about what then is media, because now that question is becoming very, very dangerous here. Why are you threatening me? He has not said anything. Go on.
Okay, so my name is Brenda Isabel. I drink, sleep, eat elections. I'd just like to make a few comments. First of all, let me just start with what was mentioned right before I took the microphone about the public portal. The public portal during the election was supposed to be a platform that allowed Kenyans to follow the election results transmission. However, if you noted, immediately after the elections, when there was a presidential petition, somehow the portal went down. So Kenyans should be asking the right questions. Who do this, kind of initiatives serve? Because I remember at the time I was chief of party for the US election program, and I know that the US, through Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa, we supported a lot. And I remember when IBC had an issue with the media, transmitting the results live, we actually had to bring in Joy News from Ghana and actually bring in the Ghana Electoral Commission, which is one of the countries that has done this successfully. The media, being able to transmit electoral results. We locked them somewhere in the coast, and they found a resolution, and they were able to sign a code of conduct in terms of how this would be done. Shortly thereafter, we did not see that code of conduct. And I think Mule, who is currently on the stage, may attest to what happened, because we did not see that happening. Secondly, so when we talk about, somebody asked here, why do foreign agencies fund Kenyan elections? Now, the civil society space, if anyone here has ever seen a government institution fund civil society organizations, please raise your hand. In short, we would not exist without the support of some of the foreign agencies that support the work that we do. Now, the reason why this is important is because what does civil society do? That's the other thing you must answer. Civil society pushes back on government excesses. So it goes without saying, this is one of the reasons why we are not funded by government institutions, because we are the whistleblowers, we are the human rights activists, we're the people that identify gaps in electoral systems and try to make sure that they are covered. The other thing I would like to talk about is trust.
You're concluding now, right?
I'm concluding,
Okay.
sorry. Trust in elections. We cannot legislate trust. So Kenyans wake up every morning after every election, and we have mentioned here that it is an electoral cycle approach. We try to come up with new laws to make sure that so-and-so will not rob me, so-and-so will not rob me. But at the end of the day, we are forgetting something very fundamental. The laws that we have as they are sufficient to conduct a credible, verifiable election. However, we have bad manners. It is us who need to stop manipulating. If I use my phone to send a good message, somebody else can use their phone to send a hate speech message. So the issue of trust has also made the elections very expensive. Because we don't trust each other, we have, our ballot paper has more security features than the legal tender. Our money has less security features than a ballot paper. But every day and night, we sleep and we find new ways of stealing elections. So I think the bad manners involved is something that we must address. We also lack integrity. And when I say we, I don't mean me personally. I speak about people like Samia Suluhu in Tanzania. And before I finish, allow me, we are seeing, so I've currently been working a lot in the region, and we are seeing a very dangerous trend where the regional oppressive regimes are working together to oppress the neighboring countries. So if this is not telling of anything, you must remember that Tanzania's election, you saw what happened. I don't have to talk about it. Uganda's election is coming, hang on, and Kenya's election is also coming. If this happened in Tanzania, Tanzanians are the Canadians of Africa. Uganda is coming up. Please, we have to really think about how we're going to deal with, you know, especially young people around this election, because we're also seeing the state is using surveillance to capture them and torture them and sometimes kill them, like in the case we've seen in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to take liberty with my time, because usually when you are given a session to moderate, you saw somebody here coming to threaten me. Can you imagine? Anyway, liberty with my time. I don't want us to go out with something that you must say, which has not been said by anyone. But you must say it. And if you go out without saying it, you will burst. So there's a gentleman here who has had his hand up throughout. So that one, I know that one is bad. If you don't say it, you will hate me. And me, I have many enemies. I don't want another. Any other person who must say something that has not been said. No, put your hand down. You have spoken. Fairness. So I'll take one, but now you do 30 seconds. So there's this gentleman here. There's the lady at the end. Yes. Zahid here. Huh? Okay, can you decide who I give one person? Muongee nani mkubaliane ni gani ndio mtanini. So those three, huh? 1, 2, and then 3, and then 4 here. Please, that is sufficient. So let's start with yourself, young man. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. So I'm Ibrahim Kabelo. I work for Midpeer, a local NGO working in Isiolo County. So I want to say something on what one of the speakers said on the Gen Z app. That is what attracted me. That is where we will be having and hope. It will be very cheap. Gen Z can work without any payments anywhere in all the polling stations. I think it's something that needs to be explored and reach somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have said something that's already been said, but it's okay. I forgive you. I forgive you.
Veronica Ndacho.
Where are you? I can't see you. No, it was her, but then you have agreed.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
So, I'm Veronica Ndacho. My worry is that IBC have been running elections since I was born, and we've witnessed some issues after every election, rigging. I wonder why such an expensive exercise sends Kenyans to the streets. Don't we have people who can come together, like the civil society, the media, who can give some solution to avoid Kenyans going to the roads when we have spent billions for the exercise?
Basically, you are asking, sisi tuko hapa, kwa nini tutafuti solution? Mbona unataka tu kuongea tu tusikike masauti zetu na hakuna solution tunapeana? Zahid?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Zahid? Huu bwana microphone tafadhali. I thought you had an agreement on the table who speaks. You didn't have. Oh my. Okay, I'll come to you last. Don't worry.
Okay, hi everyone. My question is for you, moderator, because I've seen on how you are reacting on my fellow colleague Nesh on issues with disability. So for me, I would like to ask, if you don't have any solution for the IBC and everything that is happening with person with disability, then why are we voting as person with disability? Then why are we there as voters? When you guys need us to vote, you want us to vote as person with disability, and you want our votes to be at the ballot.
Okay.
So you guys need to have a solution on that, because when you're telling us that there's no solution, meaning like as person with disability, we don't have anywhere in the in IBC, and we don't have any place that we can be recognized only on being nominated and being given position, of which we are talking about nothing about us without us, yeah? We need to be included in such things, and we need to be seen in each and every perspectives, because we are talking right now about inclusion, yeah?
Okay.
And then about the IBC, we would like to ask, are you guys going to give us the voters, let's say when you want to choose the person that you want to choose, on people with disability concerning the VIs, are we going to have a brill on it, or we are still going to have our caregivers to be voting for us? Because my caregiver might want the other person, and I might want the other person.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you misunderstood my response, but we can discuss that later. IBC wako hapa. I want them to answer that question. Because when I answered like IBC, I was not understood, and I don't want to go home with that. What I was saying is, my sister, instead of asking you guys, we don't know who you guys is, I throw that question back to us. What are we going to do as ourselves, media and civil society, to ensure the question that my brother asked there, the considerations for polling and voting are done. But as of now, hakuna. That's what I meant. It is not there. What should we do to get it done? All right? So tukikaa hivi mpaka elections, my answer will be correct. Zahid?
Okay, just a couple of things. One is, it is very clear that we're talking about the election as a process, as a cycle, but it's also true that elections are tied to a funding cycle. So one needs to ask yourself, if civil society says there is no funding, or there's not going to be funding, there's not going to be an election, what are we going to do? Is money the only criteria to have democracy in our country? Number two, it is very clear that if Tanzania is anything to go by, Uganda, we know what's going to happen. We are going to have widespread post-election violence if we get to that point at all. Like you say, have we thought through what is going to happen? Because with the proliferation of militias and security agencies cross-border, we are in serious trouble, if nothing else. And three is that do we even have enough reform? We have realized that elections in East Africa, in the States, in other parts of the country have failed the way they are constituted. There is no sense that democracy will deliver good leaders. So is this the only model that we have? For example, if you have to take term limits, do we say there's presidential term limits, but there are no term limits on members of parliament and other things? How are we going to devolve that thing and let other people come up? So the elections have failed as they are. Have we thought through what the alternatives may be? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last person to speak from the floor. You have agreed? Okay.
I'll be donating half a minute, if you allow me, to him. Mine is a comment, and also there's a question on electoral justice in terms of not now the casting side of votes, but the labor that we get from people that are onboarded to work in IEBC. In the last election cycle, there was an IEBC officer that was killed in Embakasi East. And just like Chris Musandos, I don't think there was any kind of justice that came with that, or there was no agenda set to actively demand or seek justice for that person, that IEBC officer. Today, we have an aspirant, a governor hopeful, I'm not sure whether he'll be vying for that seat, and he has brought back his agenda to vie for a seat in a constituency where there was an electoral injustice which involved a fatality, which is death. How do we fight for IEBC staff or laborers who give that kind of work and their agency to these people? I think that's a question we get to ponder on. Sorry, let me just comment on, as media, we have failed on agenda setting in terms of mandates by the IEBC. And like he said, the issue on boundaries review, it's not just an issue. It's a topic that we must take it on our rundowns. Why? Because we are past time. After end abductions, demonstrations early this year and late last year, we tried to set that agenda there to ask the government or whoever, the stakeholders, to reconstitute the IEBC and make sure they have followed on the agenda of boundaries review. Why? Because we have wards that are in elective boundaries that do not necessarily receive administrative services in some of our sub-counties. So, case in point, my ward, Matopeni Spring Valley, is in Kayole. Kayole is just a larger area. The constituency is in Embakasi Central, but administratively, I go to Kasarani constituency, which is on the other side of Roai. That is a question we must talk about. How many years later, over 11 years later, is it? We must review our boundaries. Have we done that? I believe we are just an example. Why? Because we are marginalized in terms of access to information, number one, and access to any other kind of administrative services and resources. And then in terms of voting, we give people who will represent us in parliament, but do not necessarily answer to the administrative question. I think it's a paradox whose time has come, and I'm for no elections 2027 until this issue is resolved. Thank you. I'm also ready to work with someone who is actively interested in pursuing that with the court. Thank you.
Owino, you have gotten your litigant. You've gotten your litigant. So I will ask you guys, panelists,
there was half a minute here.
Huh?
There was half a minute for him.
No,
He's from Zalendo Trust.
That is grabbing time.
Sorry.
Anyway, grab.
I will be quick. So Mwamburi Benjamin from Zalendo Trust. One, the Supreme Court rendered itself gave an advisory opinion on the issue of boundary delimitation. Maybe that could act as a guiding document. And then number two, I've had an interesting paradox that we have the most expensive election, yet everything, especially important functions such as voter registration, we keep saying IBC does not have money. So then, which is which? And lastly, why are we having a conversation on electoral preparedness without even IBC on the panel? Yeah.
Without preparedness. Why are we having an... Where are the organizers of this meeting? They should answer that question. And thank you. You have supported my first point. We are discussing preparedness without preparedness.
The last point here.
Who is allowing a last point?
Abani.
Okay, is it Bani? Oh, all right.
Thank you very much. I'm Joseph Kioko from Makueni County Coordinator, Makueni Civil Society Network Coordinator. My concern is, we know currently we have free registration of IDs as media and civil society. What initiatives are we doing to motivate the Gen Zs? Because many politicians and also many organizations are riding on this. What initiatives are we taking to register more or to have the awareness of registration of during this free ID registration? Then,
thank you.
Then the last one is last time I checked in IBC Makueni, I think the registered voters were less than 1,000. What initiative will we take so that, because we know some headquarters are very far from some wards, what initiatives as Media House and Media Fraternity and civil society are we taking so that we may increase the number of registered voters, especially the Gen Zs? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, members of the public, for that. Panelists, esteemed panelists. You are not members of the public now. Can you earn your keep in 2 minutes, everyone? Let's start with Ellen.
Okay, there are quite a number of things. I will first take the question by Sisenda on disability inclusion. Sisenda, we always vote in schools. So the accessibility dialogue is bigger than just voting or elections. Our schools are not accessible. Our roads are not accessible. Our homes are not accessible. Our workplaces are not accessible. So it's a bigger discussion, just elections. Because where we go to vote is just a reflection of the environment in Kenya. So I can see the UDPK banner here. UDPK and National Council of Disabilities are the ones who are front runners in terms of promoting accessibility. And my sister also who asked about it, we always say, be part of the solution. Don't say, what are you doing, what are you doing? Because you have UDPK. UDPK is a membership organization. You can also join UDPK and give your views through UDPK. Then UDPK and council can push the agenda. And I know National Council actually is mandated. Government offices every 3 months must give a report on how they are including people with disabilities in employment, in accessibility. So if we are serious about accessibility, they should be coming to all buildings to assess whether we have conformed, and there should be penalties around that. But now you see, we create laws, but we don't follow the laws. So for media, that is one, and for CSOs, let me not remove myself from that. That is one thing we can take the National Council on its role in promoting accessibility. IBC has a committee for youth, for women, and for persons with disabilities. So it is through those committees, again, that you can work with to give your views so that they can see what they are able to do. And it does not mean that if you have a Braille ballot, for example, then again you have been included. Because now, I think with technology, Braille ballots have been overtaken. So inclusion is so many things. We need to have, let's say, a database. We must know which people with disabilities are voting in a particular station, whether you have a hearing impairment, whether you have a physical disability, so that you are not allocated a station that is upstairs in a classroom, so that they allocate you a polling station that is on the ground floor. If you are hearing impaired, you need support, isn't it? If you are, so it is it's a bigger discussion that we need to have. The question on funding, sometimes you have shortfalls in budgets. You have shortfalls in budgets. And I know that even the funding that we receive to do some of this work is because there's a shortfall. And maybe for IBC, I know it can be structural. Maybe they have an issue with something that they want support from. And I don't speak for IBC, I don't work for IBC, so I don't know. But as civil society, like Brenda has said, that is, we don't have any funding from government. So all this work we do, all these demonstrations you've seen and people being killed, and you see civil society in every mortuary, in every autopsy, that is money that is being paid from somewhere. You've seen civil society standing, watu wakishikwa wamefungwa bail. Kenya Human Rights Commission, LSK, wanaenda kutoa watu kwa bail. Where is that money coming from? City mortuary, all those bodies, when they are there, they are civil society people who stand there to see the report that is coming out from the autopsy. So it's services that are required, and so any support we get, which is legal, I think we can do that.
Thank you. 2 minutes almost up.
My 2 minutes are over. On culture, I think the Kenya culture, we can say, we have put very high premium on elections. We have put very high premium on elections. Should elections actually be that expensive, and the outcome is still not what we are satisfied with? That Braille ballot, I think it is one of the most expensive in the world. So is that a good investment? Why would IEBC be taking 60-something billion shillings for an election? Why not build roads? Why not build schools? So we need to reduce our premium on elections. I don't think elections should be like our everything. In Aisha, and again, by the next day, we have started the other cycle, campaigning for the next election. So we should find other ways of finding, of describing our democracy as Kenya. What is it that we really want? And then, okay, let me take the last, one of the last ones. The issue of Gen Z. We have started doing what we are calling intergenerational dialogues, because the Gen Zs can also learn from the history of those who've been there before. So we do intergenerational dialogues and collaboration with them, because they have very good skills and very sustainable methods. You know, for Gen Zs, it's not about physical meetings like these where sometimes you spend a lot of money. They have very interesting ways. So we need to have that collaboration. Otherwise, I want to thank KCA for putting and CFF for putting this together. As Uraia Trust, I think we should have a way of working with media in accountability. We do something called social accountability, where our partners on the ground hold counties and national governments to account. But I think we haven't done much with media. And coming from this meeting, I am seeing the need to have, because you have to look at the standards. What are these standards we're talking about? What are these electoral laws we're talking about? How should politicians hold them? That needs a very much.
So please maintain 2. Because being the only lady in the panel, I have to be...
Thank you, Dr. Koive. So just first 2 clarifications. Actually, Kenya has had an opportunity to be funded by the government to do civic education. You'll be surprised. This was under the KNICE, Kenya National Integrated Civic Education Program. That was in 2010 when we had the late Mutula Kilonzo as the minister and Amojka. We were part of that. Of course, the government was being supported by JICA and other donors. One of the biggest problems was that the funding model of the government does not suit civil society. Government wants you to work and then they pay you. Of course, civil society doesn't have that money. So the only people who benefited from that model were the smart people. I think at a Rocky Driving Computer College, ilikuwa part of the civic education providers. But I get what I'm going with this. But they tried. It was not very successful. Okay, and then something else is about the panel without IBC. Actually, the thinking was, how can, we wanted to discuss the role of legacy and digital media in actually enhancing accountability around elections. So I'm sure they'll have another space where IBC can come in. So we just want to see how can we use the legacy and digital media to just ensure there's accountability and transparency in elections. So having said that, I wanted to address maybe just 2 issues. The first one was that Nyanzao was asking why funding from foreigners. Of course, we know the foreigners are coming with their own agenda. It's their taxpayers' money, and we've always been asking, we are being taxed, why don't we use our tax money? So I think that's a discussion which we need to keep on asking. I don't have an answer. And then secondly, the other bit I wanted to talk about is Veronica was asking, not even Veronica, someone was asking, Odhiambo, must we go for elections? Do we value our... This is a question which we've been asking ever since we started civic education. Actually, by the time we did the pocket-friendly constitutions, where we were sitting as civil society, we were sure that Kenyans have the right information, they can do the right thing. We were asking, are Kenyans annoyed enough? Are we angry enough to hold the leaders to account? And we really spent a lot of money doing civic education, barazas, and everything. We can safely say that what the Gen Zs have done is that they've actually, the anger which you wanted people to have, Because you remember why they went to the streets? It's about the finance bill. So that was what we were hoping for, that the average Kenyan will read the laws and follow what's happening so that they can hold the leaders to account. So this anger also, you need to have it. Already now you know taxation is going to go up. Electricity manges on a 4-bob. So if for the 100 shillings now you'll get 1.5 units of electricity if you used to get 3 shillings. All right. So but we are comfortable. So some things we cannot do it for others. Lazima ukasirike. Now that's what we've been trying to kasirikeni, but I'm taki. So let me stop there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Two clarifications also very quickly. One is the one that you talked about IBC being here. Election has nothing to do with IBC. So I just want to say elections belongs to the people.
The mic.
Elections belong to the people. It has nothing to do with IBC. IBC is just an agency. We don't even need them if we want to. Two, on the qualification question, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights really bars discrimination against people who don't have particular academic qualifications, because it's not a fair space. There are countries and there are people who do not acquire those qualifications because they cannot afford to. So it's one of the protocols that Kenya is a signatory to. We should not actually be putting academic requirements. It is the question that Abu has, is the issue that Abu has raised that should deal with the qualifications. Do these constituents want a qualified person? You vote. Do you want a professor? You vote. Do you want a peasant? Vote. That should be the standard. If you know what you want, then lastly, on just two quick questions, a question about suppression. I think it's a big issue that we need to discuss, and I think you raised it, MCA raised the question of the Kakamega and Mombasa issue, because if you look at elections as a cycle, then you'll also realize that we have so many instances in which votes can be suppressed. They can be suppressed with that error, because it was an error. It was explained that it was an error in the ballots, and that stopped that election. There can also be an error, other suppression methods like the voter registration. Remember Chebukati saying sometime in June, there's been some hack into the system. And you don't know how that hack affected the distribution of voters across the country. So those are questions that we need to ask. The non-registered voter, Kwamchetsi talked about open source tabulations as an option. I think that's a good thing. I think the only thing we need to be aware of is that in Nigeria, within 2 hours, there were 16 million hacks on a security system. So we have to deal with security issues. Moving forward, I think collaboration. As the working in the spaces, related spaces, we need to work together to create the pathway I talked about. Secondly, we need to have the involvement of all people in an inclusive process where even the Gen Zs can be brought about with their ideas. And lastly, from an ELOC point of view, we'll be setting up a long-term election situation room that allows us to continue collecting data and information from all stakeholders on the issues which are being raised, like the ones which are being raised here, for purposes of having follow-ups with the relevant agencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
How lucky can one be? I'm the last. So I'll go slightly faster. A few clarifications. One, the courts did not give a clear interpretation to IBC over boundaries review. They said you are now fully constituted, deal with it. So it's dicey there. Two, do we use open source? Good. Elections, let me warn everyone here. Elections results are not a matter of mathematical convenience. Election results must be legally binding. They must be announced by the returning officer. What did we have at Nation? We recruited so many people who were thoroughly infiltrated. Within a short time, people are sending strange results to us. So remember my warning. Don't go there if you're not sure of who are going to send results. Because there's also the danger of infiltration by local politicians. You see what I mean? So strange results are coming in. Use your open source, but your tabulation is just as illegal ab initio ad infinitum in law. Now, are elections a mere ritual? I say no. No, we are enjoying our absolute right here. But number two, we should come number one. Through elections, be careful. I'm responding to you. We're electing people who are going to decide over allocation of values. Who gets what, when, where, and how much. That is so important that elections can never be and should never be a ritual. Finally, Charles was talking about, and I remember I was asking to define what the media is. We spoke rather widely, thinly. Everything is media. But if Charles said that the media must constitute some aspect of confirmation and analysis, so what happens to avenues where information and data are placed without confirmation and analysis? Would then they also qualify as media? It's a moot question. I'll leave it to you, isn't it? So it's a matter of it's deciding on three aspects: identification, isolation, and engagement. Thank you, Dr.
The question of inclusion and equality must apply. So there's only one lady in the panel. I give her 1 minute to close for us. Mic.
Sorry, when Abu talked, something ignited in me. The question we should ask ourselves: why are we going to elections? Why are we so invested in casting the vote? Yet, we are casting the vote for better services, isn't it? Our education system, our health system. Abu said the electricity has gone up. We are not saying anything about it. We are drinking bottled water. We don't care about ile maji mengia sewage yenye other people are using. And I'm saying this because I'm in this space of the middle class. By the way, we are the worst. We are the ones who have actually brought down our country. The middle class is the one which has brought down this country because we are comfortable, or in quotes, comfortable. One paycheck does not come, we will not afford this water. So we need to stand up for those who cannot afford. We need to stand up for those who cannot afford that water. We need to stand up for those high electricity bills. And I know somebody asked here, why do people have to go on the streets? It's because they have no option. But for us, we have an option of taking a flight, going to Mombasa, to the beach, as we wait for things to cool. Middle class, we need to wake up.
Thank you. Oh. Pigeni makofi. Ngoja. Kweni wapole. How many people do we have here? 4. We do 4 factorial. So 1, then 1, 2. Huh? It starts the other way around. We start with 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. You are including me? Haya sawa, tuanze 5 factorial. So 1, 2, 3, let's go. 1. Kabisa. You know, there's one thing that I've discovered. You guys, you like elections because you are angry and you are still seated here. All of you. Nobody has gone out. Panel zingine nilikuwa naona mkitangatanga huku. Lakini ni sawa, mngojee 2027. Thank you very much. I give this to Owegi. Thank you for allowing us to burst the time by 41 minutes.
No, I'm being told that there is a photo there for you. Okay, thank you so much. I've been told that you are angry, but not hungry, because we were discussing elections. Now, I want us to go for lunch. Oh, people are fasting because we are angry. Enough. Okay, that's good. You know, Abu asked whether we are angry. Enough. Now, as we go for Hello? I want to give us some instruction so that when you come back, you don't get confused. Because when you come back, you will find a smaller room. Yeah, you will find a smaller room and only 2 screens. Smaller room, 2 screens, which means that this room is going to be divided into 2. One of the sessions is going to look at safety protection of journalists and of civil society organizations ahead of 2027. That is one session. The other session, breakout in the other room, is going to look at what are the opportunities that exist for us as civil society in the next 2 years as we head towards elections. Then we are going to do maximum of 45 minutes within those groups. We come back and report so that those that were not in the other group can also cross pollinate, for lack of a better phrase. Now, the room is going to be divided exactly in the middle. You can see the dividers. So this room is going to be the room for safety and protection of journalists and civil society. The other room is going to be the room where we are going to discuss the next frontier of collaboration and opportunities. So as you come in, you can come in through that door or through those 2 doors if you are going to get into this session. If you want to get into this other session where we are discussing opportunities and opportunities for our next frontier collaboration, you can get in through that door or through those 2 doors behind there. So as you go for lunch, just decide where you are coming, which group you are coming to fit into. So just so that I clarify and we're on the same page, we are going to have so allow me to just, so that we are on the same page, the moderators need to know which room they are getting into and including the panelists. So for the first breakout session, which is going to be here, safety, state aggression and legal protection, is going to be moderated by William Okech, and his 2 panel discussants are going to be representative from Thomson Reuters Foundation, and Ms. Fatma Sanbur of Internews. That is going to be this room. Then we have the next room where CSO networks, media, development partners are going to agree on the next frontier of solidarity and collaboration. And it's going to be moderated by Zahid Rajan. The panelists are going to be Ochieng Rapuro, Brenda Isabel, and Kwamchetsi. This is going to be the room. So as you are having your lunch, just think, based on those 2, you can choose which room you are going to settle in. We are going to also set up the space so that when you come in, you are comfortable. Lillian and Redemptor, I'm not sure whether, Philomena, whether we are getting those meal cards on the door like yesterday. So are we going to get them over the door, outside the door, yeah? Good. So let's use that door, get a meal card. And for those that were not here yesterday, lunch is served on the first floor. You
Got one more person? Huh? There's a lady here. Ah, there, of course, yes. Personally, I think money has been poured. I was supposed to speak, but I've been co-opted. I don't know why. Maybe they found my... I don't know. Did somebody look at my tablet during lunchtime? I don't know. Maybe they did. Eh? Okay, so we've got 45 minutes, I guess, starting now. My name is Zahid, and I'll be your moderator for this session, which I'm told it will take 45 minutes. So like we mentioned, we've got Ochieng Rapuro, who's a media consultant, Brenda Isabel, who's Governance Hub Africa, and Komchetsi Makoha, my close friend in Africog. So our topic this afternoon is media owners, CSO networks, and donors discuss the next frontier of solidarity. Interesting. So what's the next frontier? We've, I guess, done enough analysis, sometimes with paralysis, yesterday and today. But now let's look at to what do we need to do next. So let me start with the only woman on our panel, Brenda Isabel, to give us her comments to the panel. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once more. I know that you're full, and I can only pray that the Holy Spirit will hold you to keep your eyelids open. There's a rumor that you've been fed quite well. I don't know because I didn't have lunch. But it's nice to have you here. So my name is Brenda Isabel. Executive Director of Governance Hub Africa. I also run a podcast called Diplomacy Unscripted. I think as we talk about the next frontier for collaborations in terms of keeping the good work that we do going, before I start, I must do something. And what I want to do is very unconventional. Something has been trending in Tanzania. I don't know how many of you know that. There's a song called Nywi Nywi Nywi. So I'm doing this in defiance to Samia Suluhu. Yes, in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Tanzania who had a very flawed election that was not free and fair by any standards. And it goes like this: hakutakuwa na nywi nywi wala nywi nywi nywi. Hakutakuwa na nywi nywi. Thank you. So clearly I will not get a visa to get into Tanzania, but I am not in a hurry for as long as Tanzanians have not had justice for the violence that was meted upon them simply because they pushed back on a flawed election. Now, in terms of partnerships and the kind of collaborations that we can have, I wish I had all the answers, but I don't. I would like to say that one of the things that we must do is think about unconventional sources of funding. As was mentioned today morning, you have noted that the money that supports democracy and governance has gone down significantly. And of course, we are here in partnership with civil society that pushes for good governance, in partnership with the media. Even the small support that we've been giving to the media for some of the stories that they share may not be possible. Now, the unconventional sources of funding are not institutions that are used to funding the kind of work that we do. So my appeal to you would be that you start having conversations outside donor spaces, the conventional donors that we know. With USAID's exit, and now with the money that is pumped through, towards democracy and governance going down, we may not have a choice but to look at other conventional ways of keeping the good work that we do going. But the thing is, we are here. The fact that we are collaborating also is an indication that there's going to be higher efficiency in the kind of work that we do. So I think those are my first initial comments on this topic. Thank you.
Any tangible thoughts as what those alternative funding cycles may be? Any alternative, anything?
Yes. So first of all, if the spaces that we man as civil society, as the media, because we're here because we have a joint cause, if the spaces that we man are not sufficiently funded to be able to push back, like my colleague Helen from Raya in the morning said that, you know, the people that you see wakiokota mili ambapo pengine watu wamejeruhiwa kwa sababu ya maandamano, you know, this is evidence that unless we're able to do what we do, people will not even get justice. So some of the unconventional sources of funding can be the corporate sector, private sector, basically. They have corporate social responsibility money, but we have not been able to convince them to support good governance, for example. Now, their money mostly goes to whatever they decide they want to do within their spaces. But I think there are other areas we can look at. Now, in the morning, somebody else also mentioned, why do we have foreigners funding, let's say, governance or elections in Kenya? If there was any other Kenyan institution, whether it's a company, be it KCB Bank, DTB, or a regulator, for example, Regulatory Authority of Kenya, for example, using the CSR, or Mumias Sugar, to support good governance, you know, we would not be expecting money from donors. So I think the existence of civil society in itself would cease to exist if we didn't have the support that we do. But that being mentioned, we must be deliberate about, we cannot bury our heads in the sand and pretend we are not seeing that there is a challenge. The funding, especially around elections, I will speak about elections because that's mostly my bread and butter. Funding around elections has gone down significantly. In fact, you can no longer convince a donor that you want to do legal reforms anymore, you know? So they will identify what they feel like is soft. Also, they don't want to get into trouble because of their foreign policy priorities. They don't want to get into trouble with our government. So I think the best way to go is to create sustainability within our environments of civil society, and looking at private sector for me would be a first, option. Yeah, one of the options that I would mention.
Sadly enough, the business community is not going to get involved in politics. Or am I wrong? I mean, they won't get involved. I think they're too scared, and their core business is business. Or is there something else?
They may not be involved in politics, but let me ask you, guys, allow me to call you that, sorry, there's women, and how do you say guys for women? Dudes and dudettes, okay? So basically, when there's strife in the country, who suffers the most? Senior business people, senior private sector. The infrastructure that is destroyed, you know, most of the times is their pipelines and whatnot. So when poverty increases, mliona juzi watu walibomoa bank through sijui, I think I saw something like that in the news. They bomoed the wall and they went and carried the entire ATM. So poverty, the things we work around child protection, poverty alleviation, good governance, and so on and so forth. So it is for us to go into these spaces and justify why it makes sense for them to support X and Y, because we have a youth bulge. You saw what happened with the Gen Zs, where the president was begging on Twitter. Now anamuita Baba Shalin, and he was still there paying attention because he was desperate, you know? So, but if that kind of exuberant energy is not harnessed by us, who may not have the resources now, then we're going to have a problem in 2027. If Tanzania did what it did, I need you guys to start thinking about Kenya very seriously, because things are not looking or sounding very good. If anyone in this room does social listening, you would know what I'm saying is true. Thank you.
Asante. Komchetsi, you've been in the space long enough. You presently as a member of the board at KHRC, but you've also been in the private sector. You've been in spaces where these challenges of history, of where we came from, who are the people who are our role models, and what is staring at us right now. Where do we go from here? In two ways. One is, what is the next frontier of solidarity? And does it have an effect on what she's talked about in terms of funding and support? How do we get there?
Thank you, Zaid. You just called me old. I am old, you see. That's why I keep on covering my head.
And I'm with you, so don't worry.
No. Zaid and I go back a long way. And the reason for that is that I actually got into journalism very early. I must have been 16 or something like that. I'll be very quick because of just the time and just to allow for us also to share ideas more from the plenary. I'll go at it in two ways. Historically, there was always an alliance called the Troika, and that was between the church, media, and civil society. And that is what delivered sort of the kind of liberated space where we are right now. Now that Troika has collapsed, and I'll just sort of try and peel back a bit of the pathologies of why it has collapsed and what can be done to rebuild it if it is worth rebuilding. I think if there's going to be solidarity, it has to be on two bases. The first is interest-based. These groups that we are putting together, media, civil society, and even tech, do they have a common and shared interest? I think so. And the second then has to be task-based solidarity, which is that do we even agree on the things that needs to be done? And once we sort of agree on those two, we can then begin to work around questions of solidarity. Let me dive in and just say that my own reading is that we are in this space because democracy
is that there is a guy who became a president of the United States. Is it last year or the other year? This guy suddenly, out of fear, he funded all civil society and any support that we're getting from overseas development assistance. So that has compromised the work of civil society.
We had to be included. However, in terms of selling that story, we have not probably done a very good job. And so we have challenged storytelling in terms of reducing the value proposition of civil society, media ownership, technology. And I think that can be crossed. We can cross that Rubicon very quickly. The reason we organize ourselves as democracies is to enable us to exercise power. And the exercise of power challenges
the CSO was a vision, and the vision of and conscience of a country. The journalists who are the messengers are in real peril. They are pushed to the corner every day. They are the enemy of the vigilantes. They are the enemy of even the employers who retrench them the way they want. So the situation is very worrying, and we try to find a way to survive. So we are running and at the same time to inform the public and create them and speak as public responsibility of saying what we are. So it is bad, and as we get to the election, this becomes a very dangerous situation that we have to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. I think that is well laid. That is the sober picture of the
thing is agency. Agency is being able to use technology, our feet, our mouth, our lips, and so on and so forth. And in doing that, it enables us to exercise power. And exercising power is either doing what you want or making people do what you want. I'm sort of trying to reduce the... But there are also two other options. One is to stop people from doing things that you don't want. That's negative power. But then the third is to neutralize the opposition. Because there are also certain people who say, look, if you are not born of royal blood, then you know you are never going to go to school, for example. Yeah, so being able to neutralize that narrative. I am
the pillar of promoting resilience of independent media. And what we've done since 2023 is that we map the trends in terms of weaponization of the law, or what we call lawfare. How many of us have heard about the term weaponization of the law? Raise your hand. Okay, just two. Right. So, a knowledge gap there. So, weaponization of the law is the use of seemingly innocuous laws to undermine media freedom, to undermine the work of the journalist. So, we did a global report in 2023, but now this year, 2025, we are focusing, doing a deep dive in Kenya and South Africa. And perhaps just to share some of the preliminary findings in terms of some of the trends that we are seeing, one of the key ones is abuse of court processes. What are we talking about here? We are talking about SLAPs, or what we call strategic litigation against public participation. How many of us remember the story, The Teacher in the System, by Africa Uncensored? The Teacher in the System, the alliance.
Deinstitutionalizing. And part of the deinstitutionalization is also to undermine, because you will notice one of the things, I think, I don't know when Rapuro speaks about this, because he was managing media much later than I, one of the biggest employers of journalists nowadays is government. So we are actually losing human and intellectual capital to the people we have defined as our opponents. Yeah, so and even civil society, the former chair of the board where I sit, Makao Mutua, who was sort of the dawn and the moral voice on civil society, has crossed over to the government side. So it means that we have to reimagine. We have to reimagine this space.
You've seen the trend where courts are setting extremely high, defamation damages for media outlets. And this is against an already strained, ecosystem where there's financial sustainability challenges. So we are seeing a trend whereby private individuals, powerful private individuals, public officials are coming through some of these publications and instituting suits. Again, not to pursue any form of justice, but so that they can, get you spending your resources, your time, and eventually self-censor you in reporting some of these critical stories. And of course, and I think it's a discussion that has been had here before, some of it is disabling or regressive and disabling legislation.
You as an individual laborer who drives an Uber, and therefore you don't even know who your employer is because it's an app. You're just looking at your money, you are not able to push for your rights. So there's that encroachment on that space. So being able to organize is another area of solidarity. How do we learn from each other how to organize? And three, how do we mobilize? And I just reaffirm what Brenda was saying earlier about financing. Mobilizing is you mobilize resources, we mobilize efforts in terms of being able to put petitions, challenge legal bad laws, or even challenge matters in court and so on, fundraising and so on, and put all that together. But fourth is creating a public record, which is how do we document
prosecute them. But sometimes they are arrested.
Because
tactic. There's also this trend where we see laws which sometimes are not used, but they sit there, and the way they have been drafted, they always have potential to be abused. Let's look at the Prevention of Terrorism Act and some of the surveillance provisions that are there. I think most of you will remember during the protest in 2025 this year, there was a lot of accusations, from government officials that apparently, journalists are facilitating, terrorism activities by broadcasting. There are claims that are being made. So we have those provisions, seemingly innocuous, but at the right time, because of how they are framed, they can easily be abused so as to undermine the work of the journalist. And of course, we can.
In your experience as a media consultant, over the years that you've been is, what is the status, so as to speak, and two, what are these actual frontiers? Do you agree with both the speakers? Have you got some new ideas? And maybe three is think again through. How do we raise resources without being compromised? Over to you.
Thanks. I think my colleagues have set the stage for this conversation, and therefore I want to go exactly where they have taken me. I think the overarching thing as we sit here today is that the civic space is narrowing, you know? And in that context, both the role of civil society and the media is shrinking. And that shrinkage is both deliberate and also caused by circumstances. I say so because if I go from where my colleague Komchesti has left, if there are this collaboration that we are talking about, if it is a collaboration that is sustainable and will take us forward, then in my view, it has to be based on certain principles. One, from a media standpoint, I've been a journalist for like 20 years in my life. And what I'm seeing here is that the conversation that is taking place, and Komcheti has alluded to it, the institutions that we call civil society and media are actually dying quietly. And we are here not really looking like people who realize that something big is happening. I will give an example from the industry I know best, which is media. In this country, ladies and gentlemen, our media is actually on the deathbed. But I think every time we wake up in the morning and you see a newspaper on the streets, or you switch on your TV and you see the pictures, you think this thing is alive and going. Now, the important frontier of collaboration between media, civil society, and partners is, in my view, the first and the most important one is to preserve the hygiene of the space, the independence of the space. That this country must appreciate that
mental health issues among journalists, which again has formed part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have all learned.
Serving public interest. There's a whole framework of things that go with it. One of it that we seem not to be paying attention to is ownership. Yeah? Ownership of media is something that really affects the independence of media. If you take the analogy of a bank, if today you have money...
my name is Fatma Sanbur. I'm the Africa Regional Manager for an organization called Internews. Internews is a media development organization, and we do advocate for freedom of expression. We do trainings of journalists on different thematic areas, and we do also capacitate journalists and media houses when it comes to financial sustainability. We have been in existence for over 40 years in around 50 countries globally, but in Kenya we've been around for over 20 years now. And in Kenya we've mostly worked with different media organizations to advocate for free press, freedom of expression, access to information, but most importantly, safety and security of journalists online and offline. I'm really glad to be participating in this unique panel of 3 ladies and 1 guy whom we ambushed after lunch. Thank you, Ken.
Sector. Everybody can actually own a media house nowadays, you know? Politicians, you know, if you go to the statistic from the CA, they will tell you we have more than 200 radio stations. The fact is 70% of those radio stations are owned by politicians who just do not intend to do anything else with it, but to do politics and then leave it to drop the way it is. Not pay the journalists, not even think about professionalizing. So insider trading in media is the common place. It's the common practice. Media owners work with their media houses wherever they want, whichever direction they want. And this is a fight for us. So what I'm saying, there is an issue here that the collaboration we need going forward.
Journalists used to, run away from their conflict countries to seek safe haven in Kenya, but now we are the ones facing the wrath of a very restrictive environment. So if we look at also press freedom and global expression report, Kenya is ranked 69 out of 161 when it comes to the global expression report. And this speaks to, the demonstrations and the government reaction to, abductions, restrictions, harassment, physical arrests of journalists and the legal attacks against journalists. At Internews, we've worked with the different partners to formulate safety guidebooks, but currently we are pursuing something very unique in this space, and it is on technology help desks. And this is more of a service to partners, to journalists, to CSOs. And the reason why we are focusing mostly on technical help is because we've realized also the digital space is becoming a platform.
We can't hack it from our side of the world, but happily last week, you may know that South Africa actually managed to get Google and Meta and TikTok to share revenue fairly with the media. This is to answer part of the question that we were asked about funding. So funding independent media can come from the right lobbying, the right engagement, the right legislation to safeguard the space. Two, and this now goes again to the next level, because the media is part of civil society, but it also serves the role of amplifying the voice of civil society in the purest form, with integrity and information that they can rely on, that the society can rely on in a democracy. So the collaboration that is needed at this point in time as we go forward is in ensuring that there are voices, and in the previous panel, there was also my colleague questioned, we need to have a civil society.
We've also seen bloggers who are hired by government, by politicians to attack journalists directly, which is more grave because it touches on our personal lives. Some of us tend to, maintain our private lives, but then these bloggers go ahead and dig for information that touches on our families, on our children, which is really a concern and not a nice thing on a personal level. And I feel with the monitoring and reporting of these violations, yes, we are doing much.
Within the civil space, and to get them to be heard in a way that moves the needle where we want it to go. So this is my initial contribution, and I hope that we can wake up and realize that soon, and not in very
injured during the protest in Nakuru, the lady. Have we ever followed up on that story to find out how she's doing, what other support she needs? And this is just one case. Do we do follow up and support to those journalists? Because some of them do not really have the ability.
Really the adage that if we don't hang together, surely we are going to hang separately. So we might like to think about that as a form that really, and I'm talking about really regional. I mean, we've got Tanzania, we got Uganda, we got
skills they can
Rwanda.
utilize to earn their daily income. And last but not least, I feel we have enough laws in the space to protect journalists. It is more of implementation, follow-up. Yesterday when the MP was speaking, Shakil Shabir, and he said the Cybercrime, the Computer Misuse Act and Cybercrime law was, whatever was passed was was not really what was discussed. And the journalistic instinct in me was like, this is a really good headline story. I don't know if there was any journalist who did that story, because it needs a lot of digging and investigation in terms of what was really passed vis-a-vis what the members of parliament discussed. This is a concern, because he even mentioned or alluded to there wasn't a quorum to pass that law. So this raises huge questions, because if the law is going to be used in the future and it wasn't really passed accordingly, then there's a problem in this country. So my challenge is to throw this back to ourselves who have space to engage with the MPs, with the different committees in the Senate and the National Assembly, that these are the concerns that we have as an industry. I'm glad the law has been brought back for further scrutiny, but it points us to the gap that exists in the space. So in the elections or in the electioneering period coming up, some of us are like really gloomy, looking at how the country is right now, where we are headed, the threats, financial, political, and safety for journalists, and the lack of will from the political side to make anything better. But all we do is we say we are resilient, and we will keep pushing to perform our role. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Waidera, having heard the narration from Ken, Fatman, Winnie, maybe you can wrap up this conversation by being the golden thread that ties. So I would ask, what, in your view, specifically in terms of partnerships and collaborations between the different actors, have they been effective in addressing the situations that confront those cadre of human rights defenders, civic players? Have they been efficacious? And then what will be the gaps then in terms of creating synergy and collaborations in confronting such an environment that faces these actors?
Okay, thank you. That's quite a big question. And I wouldn't be prescriptive. I would prescribe any possible solutions, but I'll try to be very illustrative what the experiences have been like. So from where I sit, safety for journalists and activists, there's a very thin line between our work and now that we are under this discussion here organized by CSOs. There's a very thin line between what we do as journalists in the mainstream, in the development world, and also in the digital platforms. I'm seeing a situation where 10 years ago we were not having the conversation about online journalism, digital platforms wasn't really quite a thing. And then we got into a space where media, mainstream media, had to be digitized, and they had to adopt the new emerging ways or new media into aspects of journalism and broadcasting. There is an element that is cross-cutting across all those practices. The print media, which heavily now you always hear of editors and producers. Print media, broadcast journalism, those that are in the TVs, radio people, and the digital desks that are in these media spaces. The digital desks are informed by the editorial news that is collected by correspondents in the communities. But now there is a player here who is coming in as a content producer. And by virtue of, we have trained journalists, we have trained media practitioners on development work, but we need to be in spaces where, or need to be in platforms where information is consumed. The connecting factor, or the article that binds us all, the thin line, is defined by the article on access to information. Why access to information? Because access to information is the writing backdrop on how we transact as information colonizers. Our profession is about information. It's about service. It's not like a doctor. Once you've graduated, there is already government hospital there, whether ready or not, because it's that population badge. You're not directly going to get into a space where you get employed. So with digital actors who are professional media players, we've had to up our game. Up our game in what ways? We distinguish ourselves from influencers. There is a name out there or a tag out there for influencers that have been really impactful in the last uprising by the Gen Zs 24, 2025, and they are called nano-influencers. The academia world is trying to demystify the influence of nano-influencers on uprising, change-making world. But now from civil society and where they're coming in, the civil society world, people in media and development have enabled the space for media, now mainstream media, and professionals within the digital space to sit down and have these conversations on where do we belong. There has been attempts by, as we organize, when I talk about systems, I'm not talking about just systems within civil society, I'm talking about governance and how it influences our spaces. We've had the battle of governance space are also creating media people like us. Are these people professionals? No. So what is it? It's a battle of narratives. And the trend lately is that you're seeing state operatives within the executive dishing out information as nuggets, teasing it to bloggers. And then now the question of cybersecurity law comes in that has to be amended. And these bloggers cannot ethically speak for all of us. But who are they? They are doing a very important job out there, which is agenda setting. So will the media be responding to the agenda that is set outside there, that is mainstream media, or will the digital players expose themselves to harm because they are interacting with information that they don't know where it's coming from? And also, will my impact as a social impact disseminator, as a digital player, as an ethical media, media personality, will my interaction with that information push me into being a loggerhead in the state? Yes. So as we battle with our narratives, we are receiving the backlash of it, especially if we are not in this union of KCA. We are
analyze our work, which is very important. We have very serious journalists that have been doing serious work, especially outside the cities. But then, who knows their work? For example, even you look at some of the groundbreaking stories like Shakaola, Rivayala, they were not done by the big names, but the people that risked their lives to do very serious work.
Documentaries, and also.
So then, the media unions, or the media networks that then exist to support, to amplify the work of journalists. What role then can they play to expose these journalists mashinani globally? And also how do they make their work be recognized regionally and even beyond their Kenyan borders? The other thing is the question of how does the collaboration and partnership between civil society organizations like human rights organizations and media then help to take care of their welfare? For example, I used to work with Muhuri in Mombasa, and I used to hear journalists or media people from, I'm sorry to mention the name, but we had a safe space, from, let's say, the Star newspaper, that could not pay their workers for very long. And the brothers could ask me, Ojiro, Sunusaide kulipa rent. And actually, I had to support one of the journalists to move from the Star newspaper to an organization, and now it's gone very far. The role of welfare organizations or unions in making sure that maybe there are aspects of sharing opportunities, fellowship programs, or even matters of consultants between human rights organizations and media organizations or even the journalists. And lastly is the question of how do we protect whistleblowers within the media industry? The targeting of journalists either from sexual harassment or no pay or poor pay. So as the seniors in the media industry, as those that are running organizations like Kenya Correspondents Association, what are they doing to make sure that those that are targeted speak their issues even through third party and they are protected from targeting? So I think to me that is important. And lastly, a journalist or a media personality may be in Siaya or maybe somewhere in Migori, might not have access to the OSEA or Ford Foundation or Thompson. But the big names here, they have access. So then how do they create spaces where these ordinary journalists or media contacts can have sit in those tables and then speak on how they think the new funding model for journalists need to look like? So my fingers point to the leadership within the media industry, or those that are maybe the editors or the big names that then act on the behalf of the moguls. What are they doing to then create spaces and linkages with those that fund to then realign themselves with the current funding model, or even shape the way fundings need to be done to improve on the welfare and the survival of the journalist in the current dispensation? Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I just want to reflect on one thing. I think it's very important. The idea of
through interacting with media, not just mainstream media, but now looking into the other new situations that we are alive to. There will be bloggers, there will be political bloggers, there will be media people within CSO spaces. So it doesn't look again, where we talk about a station about you're working for, that newspaper you're working for, the only place you can now transition into and maybe do well is civil society. How many civil societies organizations are there? I probably know 39 in Kenya, with the representation in Kenya. Are the 39 media people who will graduate those CSO spaces be enough? No. There will be more media people out there. There will be the question on, we do not have, apart from state broadcaster, we do not have a permanent employer. You will go at one point, you will not forever be in the media. How about the universities and who they are churning out? Where will they be accommodated? So the media and our consumption trends have moved from just watching TV to new media informing what is discussed on TV, to township discussions on TV informing our barazas and what we call mtaani huko when we organize this a whole very nice program downtown. We call it Bunge Mtaani. Bunge Mtaani is the village barazas, the old village barazas. You would see an old man coming out jioni just to go be in a kambi somewhere, listening to one radio station, to one FM station in the village, simply because si kila mtu on a radio in that community. And out of that, consciousness is born, and we are able to disseminate information, not just online, but also offline, in ways that now the Gen Z voice was heard at a national level. The backlash to us, that is a summarize, the backlash to us, the digital fraternity, to journalists as well on access to information and all the power it gives us, also trying with Article 1.2 of the Constitution. The backlash is the censorship. That if you're not being surveilled, especially if you're doing the tough work will make you.
This is just a wild thinking. Media houses are businesses. And I think their first vision is to make profits. And it may sometimes be difficult for them to ignore the profit and fight for the rights of the people. So they can just go to a certain level. And I'm just thinking wildly. When you're talking about collaboration between the media and the CSOs, do you think it's time the CSOs and the willing practitioners in the media can start coming up with media houses? We've seen churches which thought they were not getting enough from the media came up with TV stations, radio stations, where they can preach the gospel throughout. Do you think the CSOs can come up with media houses where they can preach this gospel and use it without necessarily having to depend on the media houses which put profits ahead of human rights? Thank you.
Okay, interesting thoughts, and I'm going to throw it back to the panel. Just something that we need perhaps to, you can reflect on.
People that are now not just informing as journalists, corporational journalists, but journalists who are conveying very important and serious information out of ordinary politics. When you get surveilled, does that interfere with your well-being? Yes. When you're censored, when you're shadow banned online, when you're, when you're shadow banned, how do you come around? So tech developers again come into as a solution, and I wouldn't like to delve into that. Bottom line is that we shall continue for as long as the civil society keeps making this space very, very palatable for the notion of us versus them, either bloggers, ACT versus activists, mainstream media versus influencers, content producers versus media, to iron out that kind of attitude, to remove it, we have to work in one or another together. And also the fidelity to our job as activists. I've sat in one of the WhatsApp groups by Kenya Editors Guild, I'm really sorry, by Kenya Editors Guild. The fidelity to our constitution as also Kenyans, as editors, as producers in the mainstream. Why? Because we have the number one role, which is the watchdog of the society. We have to set the agenda right. So it's still part of Editors Guild, because we are not seen, producers are not seen, but who are seen? The anchors are seen, the influencers are seen. So if we can't shape the public narratives out there the right way, if we don't do the agenda setting the right way, and if we do not welcome digital actors, if we do not, please let's welcome digital editors into the Editors Guild and these other spaces. I have a lot to say, but thank you.
Can I see the microphone movers, please? So that, because we want to go into plenary. Microphone movers. I could see some ladies and gentlemen assisting. All right, now can we have reactions, questions and responses? Just raise your hand, direct your question to the specific panelist, and they'll be recording for their responses. Okay, that's okay.
You look at what has been happening in our country. There's something we refer to as left-wing journalism, where journalists have also taken political stands on different things. So we realize that objectivity of informing and educating has disappeared. Second concern is about brown envelope journalism, which is an open thing happening in our country. We are in a country that has institutionalized corruption. I don't know how our media is going to...
Very interesting reflections there. And also thank you to my fellow panelists who I think were able to dive deeper into our discussion this afternoon. Nobody is coming to save us. I had some questions in the morning.
There's how many everybody wants to dive a big car. So objectivity has disappeared, and I don't know how this is going to be handled. Otherwise, we continuously being misinformed.
I want to invite you to go and look at the IBC's election evaluation report. Please look for anything in that report talking about the trends and how the people living with disability were able to vote. I want to tell you in advance that you will not find anything. That is to say...
Thank you so much. I think I'll direct it to our editor. I was just looking at the cases of the journalists that have been killed in Kenya.
Can we isolate
and one went missing, then was found dead at Kodera Forest. Another one was hit by a blunt object on a motorbike, and he was doing some investigative stories. Another one was a Pakistan who had fled to Kenya, was doing some stories, but I think the police shot him because of it was said mistaken identity. What justice have been done to these people? Because I think we hear the stories, but we don't hear the cases being brought to court. Maybe the media can think of maybe partnering with the Law Society of Kenya so that they can just have a consortium of lawyers who handle purely journalist-related cases so that we can find that coming into light. There was a story of Guns for Hire. There's a lady who covered it so well. I no longer see her on TV. I don't know where she went, but she really did a good job. So what happened to these people who bring such stories to light? Do they just disappear, or do they go to another country to continue their career?
Okay.
Or what happens to them? Thank you.
So on strengthening civil society, especially, there was a question about whether we should partner as civil society and the media. I think that's a very...
Someone said that we should just be talking. So as each of them will respond to some of those concerns that have been raised, maybe they should also tell us in their organization or their related partners, what is the one thing they either have done or will do to address those challenges morphed into one, starting with Ken.
Yes, thank you so much. A quick one. Even among our fellow panelists talked about investigative journalism. Investigative journalism is a very expensive aspect undertaking. It's painstaking and needs a lot of patience. With the question of media sustainability, that has been the problem. But it's still there, and we are working on it too. There was a question that we do not have digital editors at the Kenyan Editors Guild. We have them. In fact, in our, what we call the executive committee, there is a particular editor in charge of digital. So we are there. Probably I'll just give you a link so that you know that you are an opening, the contact, you can talk to. So it is a question of knowing the ecosystem. Two, I just want to respond to what we call the role of editors. You raised very fundamental questions: objectivity, fairness, and a right for everyone to balance your story. That is our work. You talked about left-wing journalism, very extreme thing. But as journalists, we have a role, what we call the public watchdog. We speak out, we point out, but this has to be evidential. We also do what we call advocacy journalism. We can advocate for an issue. Like, for example, when we were, this question of the women being femicide, we took a position saying that we must prosecute this thing and highlight the incidents. If that stays as left wing, this is a societal concern that we have to work with. When we take an issue, we take it to its logical conclusion. Something you mentioned.
I mentioned something, I think the name is Ojiro. Ojiro mentioned something about how there's inequality when it comes to funding. Sometimes it's the larger organizations that get the money, and they have the biggest voices, unfortunately. Now they dominate that space so much that the smaller grassroots organizations have no say. Or sometimes we shape, I say we, not because it's me, I just want to share the blame, so that I'm not pointing at anyone. Sometimes we dominate that space so much that we are also not in touch with the actual priorities on the ground. So I think that's a very important thing that you've brought out. And I think it's important for civil society and even just media organizations to have honest conversations about how we share these spaces. You know, there's you can get the bigger funding because you have demonstrable capacity to handle certain amounts of money. However, you can subgrant smaller organizations, not just smaller, you know, organizations that are growing, so that we are able to move together. Now, the lack of solidarity, Mr. Ojiro, based on what you've said, is why we are where we are. While the media is on the deathbed, civil society is also on the deathbed. How many Kenyans were affected when USAID pulled off? It was massive, right? And it has affected everything, including the real estate, because even their staff that were staying in those houses that people are paying top dollar for cannot be there anymore, and so on and so forth. So the economy has also been impacted. Now, unless we're able to rectify what Mr. Ojiro rightfully raised, we're going to have a very big problem. This is why the women's movement died. Because nowadays, you will see the same women anaambiwa, ebu tingisha hapa uchekeshe crowd, na wanatingisha. You understand? And civil society is the voice that can say, we're not going to elect women that do this kind of nonsense, isn't it? When I speak against Samia Suluhu as a woman, another woman will say, Isabel, keep quiet. Why are you? She's a woman. We're supporting the women's agenda. But oppression has no gender. If you're oppressive, whether you're male or female, we will call you out, you know? So I think we need to also be very honest around such things. So the government repression is also another challenge that we must be aware of. Normally, civil society, sometimes they call us the evil society because they don't like it that we call out the government in its excesses. There's also polarization of NGOs sometimes and media. Now we're talking here like twins because clearly I'm starting to realize, and I wasn't aware of this until today, that the connection between civil society and media is too close. Because the media is the institution that highlights our plight, and we are the ones that push back when it comes to government excesses. So that partnership is extremely important and we must safeguard it. The government also uses policies to destroy our solidarity. Wangapi waliona zile sheria ambazo zilipitishwa juzi? Right? What is the intention? Tunakatwa miguu? Yes. So unless we are strongly coming together such that, and that solidarity Ojiro was talking about, where we come together, we do a presser, a joint presser, all of us, media and civil society.
But
also
to address that in terms of continuity, because I remember all those cases you mentioned, we have ongoing cases. They've been taken up with Fatima's organization and other protection stakeholders are picking up the case. So what
the regions where AI was used in elections and be the judges of that. Because the owners of Silicon Valley can collude with existing regimes, whether they're discussing oil. You've seen what is happening in Sudan, you know? So things like that. So please, let's be very careful, even as we look at AI and say, you know, this makes life very efficient. Let's be very careful also. Opportunities, there's opportunities to build trust through long-term partnerships and engagements. We can also share knowledge amongst ourselves and pool our resources. Like I mentioned earlier, diversification of funding is something that we must look into. Somebody was asking me, why would private sector fund governance? Governance has so many wings, including economic governance, you know, which affects the way they do their trade. So there are always ways. It depends on how you package the program that you want supported. Then we must have strategic partnerships, like what was mentioned, civil society and the media. We must leverage technology, but carefully, please, I insist. And then we must form strong coalitions to make sure that we have a common ideology. Some sources of funding, I mentioned private sector, there's crowdsourcing. If there's young people wanting to buy, how about we come together and negotiate on their behalf?
Not only on trainings and advocacy, but also on the production or protection of journalists on a personal level. We used to have, for investigative journalism programs, we used to have cases where we would even offer asylum to journalists who report on sensitive stories. Purity Mwambia was the lady's name that you were looking for. She did a very good story, but unfortunately she cannot come back to the country. But it's not a case that Interview supported. I was just, I wanted to mention the name to you because she's one of the well-celebrated journalists who did a very good story, but unfortunately it costed her her presence in the country and her origin. We
admit it or not. And back in the day, when we were being attacked for various reasons. I remember we were running the Warembo Niyes campaign for the 2010 Constitution, saying we are supporting the 2010 Constitution because of the rights of women within that Constitution. Personally, that was my reason for pushing for that. But in the absence of Raila Odinga, do you guys realize we are on a slippery slope where there's no one, as much as there was a bit of political banditry in between, gaining from that kind of popularity, he was able to check the government in ways that we cannot do. So we have to start thinking, Gen Zs wakiwaka tena, nani atazima hiyo moto? Isizimwe? Aya sawa, tuchome basi.
Thank you. Thank you for your reactions and questions. I'll be very, very brief, as is the habit of editors. Editors are, they perform surgery without anesthesia. So I will cut straight to the chase. I think, listening to several of the questions, I think we need something called a civil society and media ecology study, which is where are we and how are we looking like. That then helps us to cover, I think it was Nicholas who was saying, how do we trade with each other? Because when I look at the amount of printing that we do as civil society organizations, just getting reports out, reports that sometimes are not read, but we do have a printing budget and a communication budget. So we haven't had that internal auditor, civil society organizations to say, this is what we are spending on communication. And media organizations that are also being squeezed by government, which is not giving them advertising, how do we then say we have a budget for communication and you guys have space? How do we leverage and how do we work together? So I think a media ecology, media civil society ecology study would enable us, to give an answer to what is going on right now, which is a State of the Nation report. Let us do a State of Civil Society and Media report that enables us to have knowledge, to have that conversation. I will ride on the comments that my colleague and friend Ocheng Rapuro made earlier about public interest media. If you are about my age or Zahid Rajani's age, you'll remember we used to pay 200 shillings to own a radio. And when that fee was removed, we all celebrated.
Proximity is sometimes not very clear. And we've seen a trend whereby if you're reporting critical stories, instead of charging you for coming at you through the defamation laws, they say that we are going to revoke your licenses. So compliance is, something that is of relevance to the media outlets that are here and media practitioners. So we do, and also some of the arising, legal compliance areas. Think of Data Protection Act. Are you registered as a data controller? Do you have a data protection or a privacy statement because you collect data? Think about AI, the way you navigate the ethical issues and legal issues in the use of AI. So we do all that pro bono. We also produce tools for mitigation of legal risks, such as the pre-publication legal due diligence checklist. So it's a checklist with various legal thematic areas and some of the questions that journalists need to ask themselves in order to make the stories airtight. So what defamation questions do I need to ask myself? Data protection, confidentiality, privacy, copyright, so that it doesn't guarantee that we will not be sued, but we'll be a little more confident approaching that case. But on the other side, should you be sued, we also have what we call the Legal Network for Journalists at Risk, and this is where the service that we provide after you have been sued. It's also pro bono. We provide legal support in terms of giving you lawyers or paying for the lawyers if you have one, and you can provide details about where you can access that. Also, on the broader question of sustainability of the media, we are currently in the process of producing tools, and we have been in the business of conducting capacity sustainability assessments for media outlets again pro bono, where we look at your business and identify some of the sustainability needs in terms of the priority, and then bring a business expert to help you navigate some of the priorities, to put measures in place, or some of the innovative business models, or some of the systems that you should put in place. I'm going to pause there, but please reach out to either me or some of my colleagues that are here, and we can discuss a lot more about some of the services that we already have. Thank you.
Okay, I believe I had started touching on a bit of solutions when I was talking earlier about surveillance. But I'll say, as journalists, as media, as content producers, every practice has its own occupational hazard.
Public serving. How do we do that with the kind of constitutional, and we have, I think, a very, very good constitutional anchor for saving, and then establish opportunities for us, for people to be interested to invest in media, not to use media to do politics. Because the thing he's talking about, I wrote a chapter, I think, in a book called Transitions and Reversals in Democratic Practice. And political ownership of media compromises. It compromises public voice. And it's something that we have to address. And then, of course, it messes up because, you have people.
So in terms of services,
Ajiro, you are talking about this thing about welfare. I will take you again back to law, which is, why is it that journalists are not treated like normal workers? That, these are the people who are treated like volunteers. They are not paid properly. They have no recourse to the industrial court. And media enterprises are not being treated. If you are a company, even the chicken farm that I run, there are certain laws that I must obey. So if the person working on the chicken farm has the protection of law, why is it that people working in civil society and the media do not have the same protection? And that is why, for me, I take you back to that earlier contribution I had made. Let us have an ecology study. Thank you.
Yes, sure.
Two comments. To answer you, how do we support grassroots journalism to expose them globally? I can tell you that there's a lot that is being done in this space. It's just that the scale is still small, All these organizations, in fact, you see that poster at the end there, Safiri.
Academia, media, people in academia, we need you to continue churning out knowledge. We need to continue questioning the models and theories of exercise and practice of journalism that are existing. I will be going towards that side on academia, and I'm much obliged to have it here. Thank you.
Under 1 minute, so that.
Funded by our taxes. Yeah, the framework and how we push this on this front and to get this thing into our laws is what is another front for collaboration between civil society and media.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have to call this to an end, but I'd just like to, first of all, a warm round of applause for our speakers. They've done a wonderful job. Thank you, Rapuro. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Kamchetsi. I think there have been excellent presentations. I don't know who's going to summarize these views in the plenary, but I do hope that whoever summarizes the views in the plenary later on. But I would also urge the speakers that when the summaries are done, if you feel there's something that is not being articulated, then please speak up. Because I think there have been some excellent views in terms of what is the next frontier of solidarity and how do we use our constitution provisions to further strengthen our independence. Asante Nisana, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have you taken your photo? The cameraman is not around. It's okay, but yeah. Yeah, we can even take it the other side where we have the other banner. I think that's, so let's give them a better round of applause. Thank you so much. So as they take their seats, I just wanted to confirm there was the main rapporteur who was here, just by a show of hands, because the rapporteur was in the room. Okay, yes. So, and then we have the other rapporteur in the other room. So we are going to get to the other room to just share the plenary. So the rapporteur is going to just help us. And of course, because we've been listening, we'll also just see where the gaps are, where to add also. We'll still have an additional yeah, so we are going to continue the conversation in the other room as we wind up the conference. Now, because we want, in the interest of time, we want have the room opened up. So we want to request you to carry your chair. Twende naye kwa the other room so that we finalize together. Kindly carry your chair so that we finish it together. Tunaenda pande ile nyingine. After presentation of key resolutions, which should not take more than 5 minutes for both sides, then we'll open it up for a very brief plenary, so that if you are not in the other room and you feel like there is something you would want to add, you will have that opportunity. So we'll start with, because she's here and she's ready, Mary Mutuku, who was the rapporteur for safety, protection and legal aggression, to just begin. Hello? Tuko pamoja? Ni wakati wa lala salama, so tuwapatie time, Sawa, karibu. Mary?
Okay, good evening. Just briefly, safety and protection of media, of journalists. I will mention the gaps and the solutions that we've come up with. Number one, there is gap whereby journalists are at risk. And there are so many risks of journalists and CSOs. And the solution that we've mentioned on that, we've said that we need to enhance journalist safety. And one key issue that, or something that Thomson Reuters are doing, they are providing bulletproof jackets to ensure that journalists on line of duties are protected. The other thing is about journalists being deliberate in their work. They need to take precautions and safety measures while at work. Another gap is weaponization of law through legal threats, which undermines journalists. And the solution that has been provided here or suggested is legal protections and also provision of pro bono services and also support and capacity build journalists on compliance to media laws. There is also the issue of a gap in sustainability of journalists on the media. And in this, there is need to provide tools for capacity assessment of media and media businesses, whereby, for example, Thomson Reuters, they have been bringing experts to support media businesses. So that is one of the solutions that has been brought. The other thing is about the other gap, freedom of expression. There is need of ensuring that there is compliance to the media laws and ensure that the information that is provided, there is confidentiality, there is factual information that is provided. And especially when or during the political context that may bring a lot of risks to the journalists. The other gap that has been mentioned is about the gap that poses threats to the investigative journalists or the investigative stories. And I mark that with the other issue of plagiarism, whereby you find that people are extracting journalist stories and sharing in social media and other platforms. So it has come out so strongly that good stories or good journalism should be funded so that we promote journalism. Then finally, it's about there is gap in mental health. Journalists have mental health issues because of the funding issues and also the risks at work. So the solution there journalists need to be deliberate on mental wellness and also build strong institutions so that journalists can work in an enabling environment. That is what we had. Maybe if you have anything to add, that is what I was able to capture. Thank you.
So maybe before we get to the next one, now that we have the moderator here, at least if there is anything that you feel has been left out, you can just add before then we jump to the future frontier.
I think it's well covered. Say for maybe to add that there was an emphasis that all players need to act together and to be in each other's shoes for them to work together.
Thank you so much, Mr. William. So let's get to future frontiers. You can remind us your name so that I don't call you away.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is John Bush. Primarily, I'm an advocate. I work with different organizations in Kisumu. Our breakout discussion sought to analyze, based on what has been discussed over the past 2 days, what are the next pathways for collaborations between media, CSOs, networks, legislators, and development partners. And some of the key takeaways were informed by the gaps that had been identified. And the first gap that had been identified was on issues of sustainability, where we had conversation on how traditional media is leading revenue in the wake of digital transformation around the world, and also in the change in terms of the funding space. We saw what happened in the USA and the shift in perspectives. So one of the key takeaways in collaboration was first a suggestion to a takeaway that CSOs and media need to start exploring own source revenue as a pathway to generating funding for programs. And we also need to explore unconventional sources. We know that most CSOs have been used to donor funding from maybe foreign organizations. There's a suggestion that we could explore perhaps the private sector through the CSR activities as one of the pathways through which we will be able to raise funds. Secondly, there was a challenge that was noted in terms of the institutionalization. The space is increasingly focusing on individuals rather than institutions, as opposed to what used to exist before. You know, now narratives are influenced by content creators and influencers who are individuals. In terms of politics, we focus on individuals. So there needs to create a frontier of collaboration between the different actors to reimagine and reinstitutionalize this civic space as part of the collaboration guidelines. There was mention that there used to be an alliance between the church, the media, and the CSO network called Troika. And this is something that failed. Right now it is like every player intervenes independently. We need to reimagine these alliances as we head into even the coming elections. There also was a takeaway in terms of that individual interventions, the creation of unions. We know there are different organizations with different unions. The CSO space and the media space also can come together as part of a collaborative effort in order to protect the space. It serves to protect individual journalists, individual civic actors and human rights defenders when we can speak together with a voice. And before even that happens, there is a need to know what is the status as at present. So one of the key takeaways was the need to conduct status of the ecology study, an ecological study on the status of the relationships between the CSOs, the media, and other players in the ecosystem. How do we relate? How do we raise our funds? What are the challenges that we face? How do we relate vis-a-vis each other? So this study will be able to inform the steps that may be taken to strengthen collaborations for these groups to protect the space. In terms of, we have noted also AI is emerging as both a threat and an opportunity. And it is important that the groups are in togetherness, understand how do they stand as threats and how do they stand as opportunities, and how can AI be used to infringe on the democratic space, especially during elections. How can it be used to provide basically legal information, but which is not true? Because there have been issues of the owners, perhaps even Silicon Valley, colluding with regimes to provide false information to people. And then lastly, there was the issue of ownership, which is something that has been discussed a lot. You know, there cannot be impartial reporting when the owner of a media house is a politician. So these groups need to also come together to try and come up with media houses that are impartial. And one key takeaway was also that even the media needs to be impartial from the CSO. Because it has been observed that a lot of CSOs want their narratives pushed. They want the information to go out there as they have brought it. So there needs to be that balance in terms of partnership. How do we relate with each other without influencing what I have to report? Thank you. I think moderator can also add some more, but that is what I captured.
Thank you, Bush. Senior, maybe if you have anything that you could want to add that probably is missing from that.
Yeah, I think despite the fact that we have a robust and progressive constitution, this government and regime is allergic to democracy. So we really need to push the barriers and make sure that we insist on government funding for media and for civil society to operate. The government keeps accusing of foreign funding, and yet it's one of the biggest recipients of foreign funding itself. But in order to guard our independence, we must insist, we must institutionalize the funding of civil society and media by government. And let us not forget that we got the state capture of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation that is supposed to be our civic voice, but does not exist as far as we are concerned. Are there anything that I've left out from the panelists? All okay?
Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Bush. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, William, for the report. Probably before we get into the plenary, we have someone's eyes. Someone might have left a specs or his specs. If they're yours, I'm sure you will know. You can't see them. The person who can't see them is in circles. Yeah, so they're obviously yours if you can't see them. Yes. So they're here as we continue to speak. Now we have received the two reports from the two rooms. Michelle, probably you could help me with one of the mic just at the back, so that if there is anyone that would want to add anything, despite the traffic that awaits us, if you have anything that you feel, any gap that you would want to add, there is one at the back. There is one hand at the back. Any other person? I want to see how many hands. We have one here, one behind, 2, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Any other? So we'll have the 4, and then we'll welcome Janak to give us the next steps and help us in the closing. So let's start behind the head. Karibu.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Agulia, and as
the media and the civil society seek to give of the democratic space. What my question is, do we even know one another?
Yes.
Does the media know the we need to answer that so that we can even talk about collaboration. Why I'm talking about this is because oftentimes the civil society, and today I had a conversation, a brief one, with a member of the from one of the commissions, and I was talking about how it's laid back. And I said, supposing you did something to become more visible, and that one of the things I picked is that even getting into the media, you have to pay for it. If we understand that there's so much we can do, we can actually take advantage of the so many opportunities that the media presents without necessarily paying for it. And especially now talking about, you know, when we talk media, we are thinking of the so-called legacy. But where are people today? A lot of people are with their own local radio stations. Those local language radio stations mean a whole lot of things here. So if only the civil society could understand how the media operates, I think that's an important starting point. And I've done this work, I've trained civil society on how media operates, and that's the question that keeps coming up. Oh, we have to pay for this, you have to pay for that. Yeah, sometimes we need to pay. Sometimes we need to meet the media half the way, but we need also to understand that we can collaborate. Partnership. In the morning we heard about how some of the manuals, we used to call them manuals, not panels. If we are collaborating, if there's this partnership, then you wouldn't even see that. Because the media will know that for me to get these people, the civil society, there's this civil society organization, this is what they do. If I talk to them, they will sure give me panels to discuss this subject so that you don't have the same people every morning talking the same language. I look at them sometimes and I wonder, what else can they say? So that's my point. Let's understand each other first, then we can collaborate, then we can be guardians.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate that contribution. Can you summarize it in the interest of what is ahead of us?
My name is Wycliffe from Kakamega, part of what I wanted to say, she has already highlighted on, we know each other. But I'm also looking at, as much as we are saying the government should also support us, look at the political parties fund. Parties are saying for the last 2 years they have not received that money. Yet it is in the law that they have to receive that money. So for us, depending on government to give us that support, it might be a tall order. So what can we do? We've seen media collaborating with CSOs for other aspects of the society, like the Heart Run, and it has been successful in fundraising for that cause. If we can be able to map out so that we have a common body right now, that from now moving forward, we now engage and we have timelines, then it will be easier for us to do this. Why? There are times when I want to come, when I want space within a media station to highlight issues that are affecting us, and be requested to pay for the airtime. But if I'm requested by the media to come and share as an expert, no one is going to pay me. So these are now, I think what she said, the media should understand how the CSOs work, and the CSOs should understand how the media work. Then we have to forge or have a common ground that will converge so that we can be able to increase and raise our issues at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was number 3. Then you hand it back over to him when you are done. Number 4.
Good afternoon. Whatever reports on the George Nagambi, Nairobi County. I work for KBC, and that's my first comment. The last speaker said that KBC does not exist. Okay, in the comment, it was an implication. KBC does exist. And perhaps for some it doesn't. But this is where we also need the civil society to help ensure that KBC exists. Because this is a public institution, we need civil society to come and help KBC to serve the public as it should. The KBC Act, I think there has been a discussion about it. Civil society are good at pushing, pushing issues. If we can collaborate, this has been done, I think KJ is in this, and also KEG to a certain extent, but we can't do this alone. Because if we are to, gain proper freedom of expression in this country, and also to inform our publics, then KBC, we really need that support from the civil society. Relations between media and civil society, it has happened to certain levels. I used to work for KBC, I'm not there anymore, I moved on. But when I was working for KBC, civil society sought us out. And this can be done on a sectoral basis. Gender-based violence, I covered gender issues and worked very closely with the human rights organizations, then FIDA, COVA, Maendeleo, ya Wanawake. It is possible. We need to seek each other out. Individually, identify the people who are working in your sector and work with them. Because again, as we say, media does not have the resources. We can meet each other halfway. I was being told about tech issues here. Tech is very important. We have moved into this, and it's very dynamic. How can we collaborate on these tech issues to ensure that civil society and media, we work together as we should. Thank you.
Let's remember to summarize.
Thank you so much. My name is Kenya Correspondents from Kisumu County Accountability Alliance. So I have 2 issues on this. First, I'll weigh in on the question of the next frontier. And I think one area that I haven't found the meeting touching on is now the question about our governance structure evolution. Because within those devolved units, the counties, I think there's also a good presence of civil society organizations and community radios, community media systems, and they also exist in those particular spaces. So for me, the other area to look into is now the bottom-up conversations where this collaboration can be forged at the all levels in the counties. So for me, those will mean we'll be having like 47 units pitching these conversations about how we can really harness these energies together for within the democratic space, and we see how we can really grow it together. Because we'll be getting uniqueness. Kisumu will be coming with a case, different parts of the country, the Mombasa, the coast, will bring all in one table. So I think, man, the critical thing to look at now, what do we really harness within our devolved units and the system and organization within those particular spaces. Then on the other thing, the reality of AI today. There's a question about now the content creators, the influencers now leading the narrative. For me, I think there's no problem about that, because you look at them today, they are more organized. They're even in registered association. So the challenge is for the legacy media, they need to deal with the problems within that particular space, because if you don't do that, then the content creators, the bloggers, the influencers are going to take over the space because they are getting more organized, they're getting better in the art they are doing. People are following them, people are relying on them for information. So it means over time, then they replace this. So it means that the challenges that are being canvassed in this particular meeting with mainstream media, they need to be sorted out in time. Otherwise, the space is being taken over by these other people that we call the bloggers or whatever. They are organized. And they are better. They are also being relied upon for as the first source of information that we're relying on. So I think those are the two areas that I would really like to speak to. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have finally our brother at the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernard. I couldn't help but listen to all the good conversations that we have had, and especially on the next frontier of solidarity. I think it was very well captured by the rapporteur. And I just thought that we should also find a way of harnessing all these reports and moving these conversations into the classrooms, into academia. Because if you notice, and if you heard from most of the speakers, they are either already out of the newsrooms, they are veteran journalists, or they are lecturing 1 unit or 2 as adjunct lecturers at a university or the other, which means the time is right to now put these conversations into the classrooms as well. That way we also nurture the next crop of colleagues within the civil societies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me to just close the plenary at that and appreciate the two groups, the two rapporteurs, and the two moderators. Those are 4 plus ourselves 5. Again, we're going to use Kawive's method, starting from 5 up to 1. Sawa, eh? Yeah. So let's begin 1. Thank you. We are almost there. Karibuni. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Can take your seats. If you lost your specs, they are still here. At least you can hear me still. Even if you can't see, they are here. Just to remind you, Misibaki Nazo, they move very delicate. Yeah, now, the second last part, do we have Eunice Rolao somewhere in this room? Yes. You remember what I did yesterday, guys, before we left? Eunice is also, when they are wellness experts, I don't do those things. Mimi nilifanya what I was told to do somewhere else. So, Eunice, because you are in the room, and we have a very tired participants here, I wanted them to leave going home at least lighter. So just 1 or 2 pieces of your skills to make us relieve our stress and the fatigue. Just 1 or 2, just if you can just take us through 1 or 2 using your expertise so that we release our skills. Okay,
thank you so much. My name is Eunice Olao. I'm a psychosocial trainer. So I would request that we open the doors wider. I have a nursing background as well. So I want us to just engage in 2 exercises. I think we'll take about 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Good. So could we get up as we remember what we were told when we yawned? When you were yawning, as a young person, what were you told? Yeah. What else were you told? Hello, what else
were you told? Umechoka. Umeshika sai. What else were you told?
You were told that a fly will get into your mouth.
Yes. So are you seeing how we yawning was shaped? Until when now we are in a meeting and you want to yawn, you somehow have to. You do many things. But you know when COVID came, it affected mostly the respiratory organs, isn't it? Journalists, when people run away from a scene, the journalists run to that scene to take pictures. True or false? So you take pictures of the worst case scenario. You run to it, people are running away from it. But what happens? We all have brains, same brains, just the capacity are different. How are you handling your brain? What are you telling yourselves? So we are looking at the journalists being more vulnerable to mental health issues. We know in Kenya, every time, after 5 years, kuna kwanga na trauma. True or false? So kumbuka hiyo trauma ya for every Kenyan, then ukumbuke hizo pictures, whether you are editor, you have to choose the best that needs to be given out, isn't it? Even you, the journalist, you have to look at what needs to be given forward. So I want us to yawn, and the mechanism of yawning, the physiology of yawning, wait, I'll tell you, don't worry. The physiology of yawning is so amazing. There are those yawns that you can yawn and have a very nice warm tear coming here. Have you ever had experience like that? When was it last? You can now. Okay, so I want us to yawn. As we yawn, we make a sound because we hardly take care of our throat, isn't it? Na tunajua how we get angry na tunaika kiwaru inakuanga hapa. Ngapi wanaelewa hiyo? You know somebody can be so angry that wanatetemeka. So as we yawn, we are going to make a sound. Okay, let's have one group. I only have 4 minutes. I think I've taken about 2. As we yawn, we make that sound. And I also know, wangapi wamejua kuna makalio? Yako iko? Umeshika? Okay. That one, haikuangi hapa, nakuwa huko. So again, this is part of us that we've never taken care of. We hardly take care of. True or false? Yet, even now, even as we're driving, if it refuses to sit, utaendesha hiyo gari. True or false? And we never take care of it. So when we talk about mental health, we are looking at intentional going. One meeting. Intentional, consistent taking care of yourself. Self-care, hakuna mtu anaweza kusambasia wewe. Chakula at least in our African context, mothers can chew na waweke mtoto. Sindio? Lakini self-care, nobody can. You want to yawn, make the sound, and squeeze your buttocks. Na mimi ndio naangalia, kuna mtu anaangalia ya mwenyewe. So what I just want to demonstrate how we are yawning and the sound that we're going to make. One meeting, tafadhali. So we are going to yawn and then make the sound to repair just here. Are you getting that? And then we will be squeezing our buttocks. When you read your physiology, you will know the muscles we have used, isn't it? Ladies, you know. Yeah. The men, you know. You'll have done exercise of the urethra. And in Nigeria, many people don't do that. Yes. And we don't want that when we get kuna urine na kwanga hapa wanaume. Are you getting that? Have you seen old men with some urine here? And you know, you need to grow old, but not to experience that urine. So, 1, 2, 3, let's yawn. You know, they say laughter is medicine. When did you laugh last? You know, journalists need to laugh. Because that helps us. When you laugh, your brain doesn't know. Okay, let's have one meeting. The brain doesn't know that you're laughing, that you are happy or not. It perceives that you are happy and will send all the information to other organs that you're happy. The cortisol, that is the stress hormone, will go down. You getting me? So you must create time to laugh. So we want to laugh. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Video clips on TikTok, people laughing, and sometimes you think it's a joke. Now I've seen people laugh until moja kule hiyo bado anacheka mpaka says yes. So anacheka hii na hakuna kitu cha kuchekesha. So I think that was good. Was it good? Yes. Yeah, at least you are going home with the laughter, isn't it? After that laughter. So I want to welcome Janak on behalf of Casey here to close this session for us. It's been a wonderful 2 days. My name is John Oegi. I've been the MC for the 2 days. So thank you, sir.
I saw a tear drop. This day was particularly outstanding. Wasn't it? Yes. So if there were to be any words at all, I think this table here deserves that. We will figure out what we can do to that table. Because we'll review that video. What we miss to review that video, and then guys, capture it. We'll review that, and then look at the most outstanding in terms of that performance. Okay, thanks. My name is William Olo Janak. Most people simply call me Olo Janak. Okay? But my very official names, my official name is William Onyango Olo. Okay? If you check my documents, and I'll tell you the reason why Olo. In 1987, at the height of the Moi regime, it was an extremely difficult moment when I was a student. I had started writing for the newspapers, I was in student activism, and Moi and his security apparatus were chasing people all around. So as students, sometimes we won't even be able to meet. At Odeon Cinema, if you met 4 or 5 people, you would go to church. It was a difficult moment. So part of my survival instinct was to change my name. Okay? It was W.O. Olo and my admission number. Now I changed all this from all the newspapers I'd been writing, but to change quickly to help lose track. Because they recruited everybody. Your fellow students were recruited, some of the lecturers were recruited, watchmen. were recruited. But security, all those were part of that system. It was a very difficult period during that time. That was 87. And one of the things that got me into trouble was an article written to the NCCK-based, old magazine called Beyond. Nation had a cartoon saying, when the government banned it, and it remains banned to date, it's one of the banned publications. Nation had a cartoon saying, Beyond, they were preparing to go beyond. You see that? Beyond was being published. Most of the alternative media were concentrated at Tumaini House. That is where Beyond, Lengo, I think finance was being done by Gatabaki elsewhere. But Gitobwe Manyara had started the Nairobi Law Monthly, who was also there. And also Pius Nyamora with his wife Lois were publishing Society. And Karithi was publishing Business, business. Weekly business, or what was that? So what we now call Kamoto, as the Secretary General of KANU, is the one who coined the term Gata Press, because they had been used to all these other newspapers. Then he said, which are these other Gata? But we call them respectfully within the media sector. I cannot bring myself to call any of the alternative. We call them alternative press. They created an environment and an outlet for the pro-reform activists, including other students, that the formal media could not touch. There was the Kenya Times owned by KANU, which used to spew a lot of propaganda. Okay, and of course then Nation and Standard. We had a brave editor called, there was Philip Ochim, of course, but one of the bravest editors, Githi died the other day, died there. But then also there was Joe Kadi, publish and be damned. And he used to have a column saying, Joe Kadi asks why every Saturday. Those were extremely difficult times, and we are getting back there. I'm telling you that because I experienced that, because 87, I had to change that name. And when each time I would go to my in-house down behind Kencom, there were intelligence guys all over. And they built files on us. There was not much of technology. They built files on us. And part of the underground movement, which I've been telling the Gen Zs, they're afraid to build a national constituency because they think it's the flag and the phone, and that just works. Okay? As we passed, there was Pampana. There was the December 12th movement. Like here, we had cells here. The last 2 days I would have passed Pampana all over. You would have been so inspired. You would have been brimming with a degree of anger that passes what you saw in the Gen Zs. Because the packaging of communication was proper. Okay? And the content was political. Yeah. Political, ideological. And that was 1987. In August, they had built a huge file on me. But in August 88, they came for me. Okay? But that's a different story. Okay? We survived. Yeah, so we survived, and here we are. And that is part of the history that we need to know, that Kenya has kept moving, but we also need to know that there are safeguards that we need to put in place. You go and check the link. Survivors on Nyali House, Dr. Chambers, they survived to tell their story. I think there's their emails. I can send you links, okay? Because you need to be inspired. I want to say a few things. One, just look around this room. Can you look around this room? Can you just check? This room is still full. What is the time? 5. That speaks about your commitment, okay, to this process. So I want to thank you on behalf of KCA as a convener, CFF, and all our partners. That is one. I want to thank you most sincerely for holding out since yesterday. And here you are still. Okay? I'm told security blocked most of the town, so there is a bit of jam, but I think we'll navigate it. Now the second thing is that we are going to consolidate this report.
We have not been able to tease out the key recommendations that you have made, but we are going to tease out this report, consolidate them, and possibly share with you, because this process is moving. We started much earlier. This is the third one, and we are going to do a post-conference, review to see what is it that needed to have been done better. And even you do feel there's something you can make a suggestion, don't hesitate to let us know. That's the second thing. Now, the third thing, we know that you have raised issues that need concern, we need to carry them forward. We need vigilance. We need sustained dialogue. Because if we only dialogue once and left it at that is not country. But then we also know that within this environment where we are in this country, you need to read beyond Kenya in terms of managing the local politics, because Kenya is fairly strategic. Kenya is fairly strategic, and the international community will probably never allow Kenya to descend so low. And that is why in 2007 they trooped here. Okay? Not because they love us so much, but because of certain strategic interests. And they always interfere with our elections. That is one of the things you need to know. The international community has interest here, and there is interest in terms of which regime comes into power. And not just that now, there's competition between the traditional Western liberal democratic, whatever, frameworks, and the Chinese. They are quarreling over this piece called Kenya. Okay? So you need to look at that as we go to the elections. And there will be changing political environment in this country. I think, Brenda, you said the other side. We may not quite agree on who the person of Raila was. And lately there are people who have changed their view of Raila. But you see, Raila has demobilized a big constituency that used to shape Kenya. Demobilized completely. From the engagement with the broad-based government to its death. If that constituency erupted now, no single voice within ODM can calm them. No single voice. Not Anyanyang, not Oburu, not any of them. And then you have the implosion that could easily come from ODM. And you see the arguments in there. That is a political change and risk that you need to think about. What about the other side? One what pollution and so on. And the question people are asking, which we need to ask as we wrap up this, we are mobilizing ourselves for the elections. What are the credible? There are alternatives, but are they credible? Who will you vote for? Or somebody with a mic from Pluto? Possibly, you need to check that. So the issue of elections, as we discussed here, is a very, very key issue, and we need to look at it because perhaps we will not have any transition. This 2027, hardly. We may not have any profound change of government, progressive. We may actually be more autocratic. And that brings me to say that I think Zaid, is that Mzee? Zaid. We were with you in Limuru the other time. We are part of the old guard. What is happening? What is the international community like in terms of global politics? We have increasingly in most countries right-wing governments. Right-wing. Tell me any country in Europe, even the most progressive where we don't. America. Trump is right-wing. Trump. Doing things that America is struggling with. They have never seen this for 200 years. And the same Germany, wherever. Every election that is going to happen in Europe, we have more of the right wing taking place. We have around 19 elections coming in Africa. We just had in Tanzania. If you thought that Samia was more progressive than probably Kikwete, she has emerged as one of the most right wing and autocratic in Tanzania's history, and with casualties. What will happen in our own environment? What is likely to happen? And that brings me back to say, for all the contradictions that Raila had, he had a stabilizing influence on each regime. He could call out Ruto. With no Raila here, this regime is likely to react more brutally, I can tell you. This one I can tell you. Because so we'll push it to the door, we'll push it to the wall. What is the safeguards? We need to check that. And we don't think about the international community. They will not intervene unless we have violence to try to calm us, okay? And the possibilities of violence are going to be there. You better begin thinking. Now, the last thing I want to say, Bernard talked about the academia. I think we welcome, he's from the academia, also from, post KBC and so on. He does a lot of sport, but he's also in academia. We have involved academia in this. We want to point out the fact that we want the academia to get more engaged. Okay? I mean, some of us who went through those systems are so thoroughly, the conversations coming from academia are not edifying. The people coming from there don't seem to have solid leadership qualities. Where are the Kajuans? Where are the Oregos? Where are the Adumbosis? Where are the what? How come that, producing people like Nogo, we have to celebrate them. Okay, fine. Okay, the last thing now, I want to announce now that this is the third Media Civil Society Conference. We have agreed with all the partners that we must now sustain this annually. So I want to make an announcement here and a commitment that next year we'll have the fourth Media Civil Society Conference. And you'll be on the lookout for our communication. And we want all of you back in the space, and we've been holding us accountable for some of the resolutions that we are making, and whether we will follow them up or not. Of course, within a year we'll try to involve you. So I want to thank you most sincerely for this. And I want to, bring this to a close on behalf of all the partners. As you see, we have many working partners. And nobody should go home thinking that organizing this had a pot of money somewhere. When we began, we had no single cent. But then putting together, we said, okay, there's a budget of 1 point something or nearly 2 million. What can everybody get? Somebody printed banners. Others said, okay, we are bringing the communication team here. Others said, we did many other things like, others said, we are bringing our teams from the counties. That is how we worked on it. So it's a partnership, and we want to call on any organization here that would like to get into this in terms of partnership. However small the contribution, even just register and give out there, that this is part of the contribution we need so that we move these processes forward. I want to thank you most sincerely. I don't know if we want to feel, a degree of curiosity. I'm being religious, okay? That possibly we could have a prayer, okay? I think that would be a good way to end. So who feels sufficiently inspired to pray for us for journey mercies? Hi, people are not religious here. Okay, Bishop, this Bishop is from Turukana.
Naomba tusimame kwa ajili ya maombi tafadhali. Baba, katika jina la mwanao Yesu Kristo, tulipoanza kikao hiki, Bwana, tulikuomba ya kwamba uweze kutusaidia wakati wa sasa, yale yote ambayo tumejadili. Mungu wetu, tunaomba kwamba uweze kutusaidia tunapoondoka mahali hapa kuelekea manyumbani. Tunaomba kwamba Roho wako Mtakatifu aweze kuwa pamoja nasi, kila mfadhili ambaye amesimama nasi. Tunaomba kwamba uweze kufungua tena mwaka ujao, ya kwamba tuweze kuwa na kikao hiki. Naomba haya nikiamini kwa jina la Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Hatutatoa sadaka.
I think that should be clear.